What it do?
Ahoy!
What up?
You know,
What's going on?
I got Hall of Fame. There's wrestling news.
Yeah, did we get
Coaches
the,
are being fired.
Did we get the baseball news
No,
yet?
I haven't seen it yet, but
It's supposed to come down right now.
Yeah, I keep waiting for it. So.
Baseball Hall of Fame announcements. Adrian Beltre.
Yep.
Well, there's not much drama there.
No.
I mean, they're saying he could get 99% of the vote.
Yeah, the highest percentage among third basemen. Do you know who it is?
George Brett.
George freaking Brett.
And rightly so, not Mike Schmidt, George Brett.
Yeah, Mike Schmidt only got 96.5. Brett comes in at 98.2. And then that fraud Larry,
I rest my case.
he got 97.
Yeah, they're saying Beltre 99.
I know.
Which,
I just love, my favorite part about it is how we've now gone revisionist history with steroids. Like, we can't let A-Rod in. We can't let Clemens in. God forbid we let the greatest baseball player of all time in. But the Beltres of the world and the Bagwells and, Pudge Rodriguez, David Ortiz, we're like,
so Beltre never did any.
I think Beltre got popped.
Did he?
In fact, I'm almost positive.
But no one cares?
Well, he's about to get in with the highest percentage in third base history, so clearly no one does.
All I remember about Beltre's career was the 40-plus home run season for the Dodgers, then the Mariners' crappy 5-year contract that he got, then all of a sudden he resurged his career in Boston and then went to Texas and played. And I believe he did get a couple of things that he was caught taking during that time.
So when he came to the Mariners, much like most free agents, he sucked, right?
Yes, he was a great defensive. I think he won a couple Gold Gloves, but we were expecting as Mariners fans that 40-plus home run a year season for the Dodgers. I don't think he hit more than like 26 in his time for Seattle in a single year.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
But he was good
he played a long-ass time.
He played for a long-ass time and was good for a long-ass time and had that career resurgence a la David Ortiz. Was also caught for steroids, but we're not going to. Oh, it was a natural career arc.
That is weird.
No big deal.
Because Manny's on the ballot.
Yeah.
And so is A-Rod, and they're not even close.
And let me point this out. No offense to Adrian Beltre, who was great. Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez are so much better than Adrian Beltre, it's not even funny.
Boy, I tell you, you are right. He came to Seattle and was
yeah. All right.
And then
26. God, what?
Then he goes to Boston and he's in MVP voting basically every year until he retires.
Yes,
for like 8 years.
But that happens all the time, right? Where we get better when we turn 34. Yeah, that happens when your name is Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, and we know why. And this donkey actually got caught, and yet we're still like, no big deal.
Did he get suspended?
Yeah, he got suspended.
Well, didn't A-Rod too?
A-Rod got suspended, but he never failed a test. A-Rod just got caught up in the biogenesis thing, and they threatened him and were like, dude, just take your suspension and go away.
And then didn't Manny Manny missed a season, didn't he?
I think Manning got caught multiple times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so what's the difference between Beltre and those two guys?
That Beltre is a nice, lovable guy. He's got a lot of friends in baseball. No, I'm serious. You laugh at this, but I firmly believe, like, someday, because Mark McGwire, also in this camp, he's a nicer person to his fellow players, these kinds of guys, compared to the jerks like Manram, will get in the Hall. Barry's never going to get in the Hall because he's an A.
McGwire was a great guy.
No, he wasn't. McGwire's a jerk.
Well, that may be, but McGwire, when he did the second half of the McGwire career, dude, McGwire he was on The Simpsons and was smiling and kissing, but he was the face of Major League Baseball. Yes, he was a jerk at the beginning, but he underwent the career resurgence, and him and Sammy knew how to do the dance. He just was the first one. Like, anyone that got caught in the crosshairs, there was like a 5-year window there where anyone cared. And we had Joe Biden up there saying, you're the reason why I didn't make it to the pros. Guys like you took me out. He said that. I swear to God.
I love that.
Our president said that he would, that guys like that were the reason that he got taken out. And then you had Waxman up there who was being some jackass at the congressional hearings. So there was like those guys that fell into that congressional hearing thing. So it was McGwire, who's the
Sammy Sosa, Jose Canseco,
Palmeiro,
Rafi. I have never used steroids,
Clemens,
period.
Yeah, like those guys all just got demolished, and we'll never forgive them. And everyone hated A-Rod anyways. And Alex Rodriguez, by the way, statistically speaking, outside of Bonds, has the best career in Major League Baseball history. Look at his numbers. It's insane. But like, we cared about that, and then like we collectively were like, you know what? Can
I offer something else?
And then we went to these other guys and we're like, you're fine.
Let me offer something else to the court about this.
Yeah, what do you got?
I do believe you're right about nice guy versus jerks or more high profile guys. Might I also offer that A-Rod and Manny had like cartoon numbers. And if you look at
Beltre was just consistent.
But yeah, Beltre didn't really have. I mean, he did hit 48 one year. I was just looking as Schulte was saying, but he was between 20 and 36 pretty much every other year. So he didn't have that. Like if he hit 72 one year, he's probably not going in, right?
I think there would be more scrutiny. And he was a lovable guy, too. Remember the whole hat thing and touching his head?
That's what Schulte's saying.
Yeah,
but 334 batting average, 48 bombsies in 2004 with the Dodgers, and he didn't even win MVP.
Yeah. Well, there is something.
Well, Bonds.
Oh, duh.
There is something to be said for coming behind all those guys and, like you said, not doing cartoonish things. You're right. I do believe that if he had hit 70 and then a year later gets popped, then maybe we're viewing this differently.
But it is odd how high a percentage of the vote he's getting.
Yeah.
Like no one's considering steroids, and even if you take all that out of it,
yes,
is he really 99% worthy? I mean, my God, he was good, but
apparently
99%'s like Ken Griffey Jr. level. Which, by the way, there you go. There's the one guy who never did drugs.
Yeah,
Ken Griffey Jr. That's what I'm supposed to believe. Everyone in baseball is juiced, with the exception of him.
There's two. There's Griffey is beyond reproach, and
George Brett,
Derek Jeter.
Oh,
like no one.
I guess no one accuses.
No one accuses him.
GT baby.
Yes, no one,
because he didn't have the power numbers.
No, and which
doesn't mean he wasn't juicing.
No, but he just doesn't get hit with that. It's just not a. It's not a thing.
I would like to circle back around. Adrian Beltre was never suspended as far as I can see for steroids. I believe a national radio host a few years ago accused him, like saying, I think this guy's on steroids. But I'm
wrong?
You're wrong.
I don't think he actually got busted.
Then maybe I am wrong. I thought almost certainly that he had been suspended.
Look at you just accusing.
But I am absolutely, if I'm wrong, then I give all the apologies in the world.
Well, start the apologies. That might take a while.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Because like you look up, so it's like every article is like Adrian Beltre bound for Hall of Fame, even if some won't accept the PED free receipts. So he never got suspended. I thought who came to the Mariners that had a PED suspension?
Brett Boone.
No, it wasn't Brett Boone. They signed a big free agent guy. And I remember the time.
Robinson Cano.
Was it Cano? Because I remember it was like my brother was like diehard Mariner, and he's like the most anti-steroid guy in the world. And then I thought it was Beltre that came to the Mariners, and then all of a sudden it was like, well, we're not counting that.
Cano.
No, I watched the Mariners religiously, both when Cano was on them and when Beltre was on them. It was Cano. Beltre played. He maybe missed a few games. It wasn't because of suspension, but Cano is a D. So, yeah.
Well, then, you know what?
Start your apologies.
I will start my apology tour.
I'm sorry. You can keep going.
No. Apologies. That's like tape measure. I would have sworn up and down.
Well, I believed you. You're my sports guy, and I believed you, and now I owe him an apology.
Well, maybe it's like the David Ortiz thing, because I think Ortiz's name popped up on a list, but Ortiz never served a suspension either.
There's also the difference between never serving a suspension, but us kind of wink, wink, nod, nod, knowing a guy might have been doing something,
Yeah.
I mean, come on, there's a lot of that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jose Canseco named Beltre in one of his 2 books. That wouldn't shock me at all. So,
well, I mean, I just think
half of that wasn't true.
Well, I do. I genuinely feel bad. Because this entire time I believed that Beltre had been suspended. I believed that he had been popped like Manny Ramirez and A-Rod, but he hasn't.
But wait. In the height of steroid baseball, the guy hits 334 the year after hitting 240.
Yeah.
And 48 home runs the year after hitting 23.
Yeah.
And I am supposed to believe that was clean?
Well, and I guess that's the thing is like there's about 1 million articles out here and his name has been brought up several times, but he never had a dirty test. But neither did Bagwell, neither did a lot of these guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that never did, but we just assumed they were.
And if I'm not mistaken, well,
juicing.
I don't think Piazza ever got popped and was suspended, and we know damn well that Piazza did it. We know that Pudge did it.
I don't think Bonds was ever suspended.
I don't think Bonds was never suspended.
Yeah.
So
there you go. And we all know he did it.
Yes.
So
I guess they,
this is all weird.
Well, but I still feel bad because
you should.
I believe that he was, we put someone in the grave.
Well, you did, not me.
Well, you went along with it.
I did trust you. You're supposed to be a trustworthy sports guy.
Don't you remember him getting popped? But,
no.
memories are cloudy.
When you said that, I'm like, oh, probably. So
well, now we got a couple people on the Vancouver text line. The weird thing is I thought Beltre was suspended. I think a lot of people did, but he wasn't.
You're all wrong, every one of you, and you should be better than that.
Yeah.
And you owe your listeners more than that.
Well, I did apologize.
Your show's better than this. Hey, it was on this very topic that Seth Everett once said that to us.
Your show's better than this.
Oh, it was Nelson Cruz. Nelson Cruz. That's who I was thinking of.
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember, like, my brother is like the foremost. If you're a steroid guy, you're the worst human being on the planet. He hates Bonds. He hates all these guys and Clemens. He just hates it. And it was Nelson Cruz. So I had my Cruz and Beltre mixed up. It was Nelson Cruz that had been popped, gets to the Mariners, and Nelson Cruz had some nice years for the Mariners. Had big power numbers.
Guess who you owe an apology to now?
Nelson, well,
Robinson Cano.
Robinson Cano was suspended.
No, he was.
Yeah. And Nelson Cruz, it was 2013 suspended for his involvement in the biogenesis scandal.
Same thing as A-Rod.
Exactly.
But Cruz is still bouncing around. Like,
no, he just retired this offseason.
Oh,
he finally he got released by the Padres middle of last year, and he's like, I'm done.
So, and maybe that's what it was, because both Rangers, Mariners, and I took Beltre and Cruz, and by the way, both played for 1,000 years, and both have a ton of numbers, and that was one of those where I just threw them all together in a blender.
Does Nelson Cruz have 500 home runs?
Does Nelson Cruz? I don't remember him getting to 500, but
470. I don't know.
I'm gonna say no. How many has he got?
Oh, you're asking me to look it up?
Well, I
asked you.
I assumed you were doing that.
You're my trustworthy sports guy.
Well,
no, I got it here. Hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you asked that question,
464.
I'm assuming that you know and that you're just kind of holding back the...
No, I wasn't playing, as the kids say. 464.
Because Beltre got to 3,000 hits, but he did not get 500 home runs as well, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think he's over 500.
Is he over 5?
Don't know. Let's take a look.
Pulling it up.
Us Googling things, first segment.
Yeah. I know he got 3,000 hits.
Thank you very much.
Because I read it today. I know that.
Yeah, he got 3,100 hits. He has... Whoa. Oh, that's still Nelson Cruz. Hold on. Not a very good Googler.
No, right here. 477.
Okay. Just a few more than Nelly Cruz.
Yeah. So, 3,100 hits, 477.
God. Stupid thing. Anyway, we're expecting announcements for all the cool Hall of Fame guys.
So who
supposed to come up here in a minute.
Maurer, right, is up on it. Helton could be one that gets over the top.
Billy Wagner.
Billy Wagner. Beltran is again being thrown out there, but there'll be no Manny Ramirez, no A-Rod, nothing like that.
We'll find out in moments. Mere moments.
Mere moments. So the question becomes, if it's not Adrian Beltre, and because we've had plenty of guys that are suspicious, from Pudge to Piazza to Bagwell, plenty of those guys. Do we have someone in the Hall that has flat out been popped? Because Beltre, again, is merely speculation. People have made accusations, but do we have someone that is in from the steroid era that actually got popped? And
I don't think that got popped. I mean, Bagwell's in there, but he didn't get popped.
He didn't get popped. There's the difference between speculation and pop.
Paul Merrow's not in there.
No, Ralphie's not.
McGuire's not in there.
Nope.
So all those guys. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
They can't set that precedent, can they? You almost made it happen.
I tried making it happen. I was all aboard. I'm like, let's go.
It appears that the truth is that if you were caught with steroids and there is proof and you served a suspension, you are not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That much we know. At least for now. Unless, I don't know, Dave Concepcion did drugs. We didn't know about it.
Well, they did
Isn't he in the Hall?
They did greenies and all that. I mean, we know that.
Yeah, George was clean, though.
Clearly.
He liked the boozy woozy. He was like Mickey Mantle.
George would have never done anything.
Those guys.
Yeah.
performance enhancer was the brown liquor.
I think
made him hit it.
I think that goes the other way. That may be a maybe a deterrent.
Even better. Even better. Greatest third baseman of all time, drunk as a skunk. How about that?
Well, that was a roller coaster of emotions to start the show.
You know, it really was. It really was. I'm still trying to recover. Let's stay on track. We'll have the Hall of Fame announcements. They're coming up. And then we'll talk some sports, okay?
Let's do it.
It is 3:15 on The Fan.
The Fan is on. Fan.
All right, some big sports news today. An NBA team that is 30-13 fired their coach.
Second best record.
And is Pete Carroll angling for one of the open NFL jobs? We'll get to those items coming up. But the results are in.
Yes.
Hall of Fame results.
Adrian Beltre, you are a Hall of Famer and not a noted steroid user.
Yeah, we knew that. What did we say? Did we see the percentage on that?
I haven't seen the percentages so far.
The other two guys that get in are headed to the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Todd Helton and Joe Mauer.
Yes. Mauer, first timer, by the way.
First ballot.
First ballot.
Yeah. You know, Todd Helton was awesome.
He just gets dinged because of the whole Colorado thing.
Yeah, but he was awesome.
Yes, he was.
Dude, that guy could rake.
Yep.
Joe Mauer, that's an interesting one. Well, I have not seen his numbers, but I do not feel like I was watching a Hall of Famer with Joe Mauer. He was awful good, but in the Hall of Rop,
you're going
I'm not sure I don't know. I got to think about it, but.
All right. Well, I mean, he spent a lot of time behind the plate and then he moved to first base.
Sell me.
So if you're going off catcher numbers, so he 306 average, 143 home runs, and less than 1,000 RBI.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's it?
But he won 3 batting titles.
Yeah.
He won an MVP.
Yeah.
6-time All-Star.
Yeah.
Was the best hitting catcher for, the better part of a decade.
Yeah.
And then he switched to try to preserve it out to first base. But yeah, it wasn't
I don't know. He was always hurt too.
The numbers, didn't he? He had the concussion thing, didn't he?
That was no, you're thinking of Morneau.
Morneau. All right. Well, he just didn't have
not a Hall of Famer.
Not a Hall of Famer. But he did win an MVP. He was a 6-time All-Star. The numbers are not they're certainly not overwhelming, especially in an era of even catchers. When you look at a guy like Mike Piazza, though he wasn't a great defensive catcher, or Pudge, those numbers, I would have assumed they were better than that. So his 162 game average, we'll do that. And he played for 15 years. So his average, of course, 306, and he averaged 80 RBI and 12 home runs.
Yeah, but he was a catcher.
He was a catcher.
So
that's a little.
He was awesome. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But
first ballot?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So Helton had to take a couple years to get
Helton,
in?
Helton only hit, let's see, I'm looking here. He was in Colorado the whole time.
Yeah.
16 years. 369 home runs. I thought he had more than that.
I would have thought he had more than that, too.
One year he hit 370 with 147 RBI. Is that any good? Sorry, 372.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He was awesome.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you look up just off, and again, this with Mauer, obviously you're going behind the plate too in the Gold Gloves, but if you look up his similar batters, the Baseball Reference, boy, it's
Frank White on there.
It's not a who's who of
well, who is it?
Well, you got like Ray Durham's in there and Al Dark. You got Marty McManus.
He hits like a lot of middle infielders. As
Michael Young, Bill Matlock,
Dustin
Pedroia is there.
Wow.
It's not it's.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I don't know. They don't ask me.
Yeah,
they don't give me a
I don't vote either. So, and I thought Beltre had been dinged. So what the hell do I have to say?
If it were up to me,
anything?
Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez are in.
I think all those. The one to me that's egregious is Barry Bonds. Clemens and Bonds.
Well, they're all egregious. I mean, if Bonds is the best of all of them, but they all have sick numbers.
Yes.
I mean, A-Rod, come on, he was one of the best players ever.
Yes.
Ever.
You can make go back and look at Alex Rodriguez where he ranks all time, and take Bonds out of it because to me, I'm sorry, Bonds planted the flag. He's the best baseball player of all time. I understand Ruth and I understand these guys, but again, playing in a segregated league, Barry Bonds to me, unquestioned, best player in baseball. He was a Hall of Famer before the roids. He was a Hall of Famer after roids. 90% of the dudes that were mashing during that time were all on him, and Bonds still did it better than everyone else, a la Lance Armstrong. And then you look at Clemens and what Clemens did. Find me 5 pitchers in Major League Baseball history that are better than Roger Clemens. And if the batters were all using steroids, then Clemens was. I've always been a believer of if you want to put something on the plaque, if you want to put some in a different wing in the eras of baseball, but the fact that those two aren't in is insane. And if you take Bonds out of the equation, a strong case is to be made that from a statistic standpoint, Alex Rodriguez had the greatest career of all time.
Well, I used to love I used to hold in high regard the Hall of Fame and who got in and love the debates.
Yeah.
I just have been soured by the whole operation since the steroid era.
Sure.
I don't view it the way I used to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't.
And
I don't get as excited.
Well, and I will give them at least some credit here, because I knew all along that with the Piazzas, and look, we all know what was going on with Pudge and Piazza and some of these guys. But I guess I will give them credit where credit is due, and that no one, and I looked it up, there is no known steroid. There's no guy that said it's not known. There's never been anyone popped for steroids that has served a suspension that has made it in.
Right.
So I guess
they're staying consistent.
If you're going to stay consistent, then
but come on, Pudge Rodriguez, give me a break,
I know,
dude.
I know.
He was like the poster child outside of Canseco,
pretty much,
because of the way his head swelled.
Yeah, and I remember when they started testing and Pudge came back and was like 20 pounds lighter, and the announcers were like, they literally said this like in the broadcast, like a slimmed down version of Pudge. He's going for more of an athletic sort of figure about him, and power numbers are down, but he's moving better. AKA, I'm no longer on Dynaball. But so look, it's ridiculous, but I guess if you've never been popped, it's hard to say they don't go in, and so in that standpoint, if they're going to be consistent, I'll give them credit for that.
Yeah, I get that. I just I've always thought all the steroid guys, you put them in because they were all, pretty much all of them, were elite and among the best in the game, period.
Yeah.
And then you tell that part of the story in the Hall of Fame.
Agreed.
Like, why are we running from it? Like, it's part of the game. It happened.
Yeah.
So put him in.
And you embraced it, by the way, when it was going on.
Put him in. Well, it was freaking awesome to watch him hit 800-foot home runs. Come on. Was there anything better than watching Barry Bonds hit in the height of fathead Barry Bonds?
No.
Dude, he was unbelievable.
Best thing I've ever seen.
And to say that he's not a Hall of Famer, he was a Hall of Famer before he juiced.
Yep.
I mean, it's absurd. But I think that they could be honest about it and maybe have a wing in the Hall of Fame that's just those guys, or just on their plaque, it tells their story. Put that in there. It doesn't all have to be good on the plaque when they're in the Hall of Fame. It's a sordid thing. But to deny those guys, I think it delegitimizes the Hall of Fame a little bit, just for me. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but that's how I feel about it, and I think it's stupid, and I'm now ready to talk about football. Football and golf.
And the 50 million people that watched the Bills-Chiefs game?
Yeah, that's on my notes.
Yeah.
I'm looking here at, who's this? Oh, Pudge. I just wanted to look at his numbers.
Yeah.
The year he won the MVP, yeah, I mean, his numbers are kind of like, they don't really jump off the page at you as like Brady Anderson style.
Yeah.
Where it was just 1 year. Where
because he was really good. And
he was good, but when it was all those guys in Texas.
Yeah.
Well, every one of them in Texas. A-Rod was there. Jose Canseco was there. Pudge was there.
Juan Gonzalez
was there. Every one of those dudes, they were shooting each other up in the butt.
Well,
yeah, in the stalls,
and
if you believe Jose Canseco in the bathroom.
Tell you what,
how did they not win a title, by the way?
I know.
Probably crappy pitching if I went back and look at the roster, but that's just a guess.
Well, who were their top? I mean, it was late 90s Texas Rangers pitchers. Can you name them? Go.
I can't.
How about that?
I don't know. Was Kenny Rogers on there yet? Probably not.
Oh, that's a good one. Kenny,
the gambler?
He was there.
Yeah.
Wow, Rick Helling.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
Wow, that's a name from the past. I believe Aaron Seeley spent some time there before Seattle.
Yep.
If I had to. Okay.
Seeley won 18 games.
Damn.
John Burkett.
Kinda.
Mike Morgan.
Okay.
Of course, they had Wetland. He was juicing. He was in their bullpen.
Yeah, he was a bullpen guy.
I believe the reliever, Darren Oliver, was still a starter for them at that time.
He wasn't in 99, but I think that sounds right.
Yeah, it's kind of but there's no, I don't know. There's no.
There's Rogers and Darren Oliver in 2000. Esteban Loaiza.
Not a lot of marquee names. So should have spent some of that Roy juice on some arms. Gone and got you Ryan Franklin while you were at it.
Yeah, 98, their best pitcher had a 4.41 ERA starting wise. So there you go. That's
well, did any pitcher, like, it'd be funny to go back and look now at pitching stats when they were pitching to all those fat-headed guys.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody was. I mean, now we're spoiled by today's pitching numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and look at the stats. Like a 3 ERA was good then.
Well, yeah, because everyone was hitting the ball 1,000 yards.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like those guys pitching against all those fathead dudes with this roids in their butt.
I don't fault anyone, because if you played in that era and you knew, it's why I don't fault Lance Armstrong. The only thing I don't like is the people that are indignant about it and tried to ruin lives to cover their own ass, a la Lance Armstrong. But
Roger Clemens.
Exactly. If you're playing in that field and everyone around you is doing it, that's why I can at least somewhat respect Bonds. Bonds was an ass, but Bonds was never pulling a Clemens. And remember, Clemens was like, I don't even know what steroids are. Like, if I took steroids, I'd have a horn growing out of my head. He had like that stupid interview. At least Bonds just did Bonds was like, clean out your own closet before coming to after mine.
You know who handled it better than anyone? And it was pretty much a cop out at the time. Pettit.
Yeah.
Dude, Andy Pettit came out and copped to it.
Yeah, he was like, I was just trying to heal.
He was like, one time.
And he took HGH as opposed to the roids, right? Which
I don't remember.
Yeah, he was an HGH guy.
Yeah, and that is different. I mean, he wasn't taking like a deck of Duraball or like any of the big things.
But at least he admitted it.
Yeah. Well, and Giambi apologized for nothing, but he was like, I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry for taking that stuff, is what he said.
I want my money, and so I'm just going to shut my mouth. Caminiti kind of embraced it when he won his MVP. Like, people were asking about it, he was just like grinning. He was like, yeah. He had like that lady up on the stage with him. He was like, come to daddy. Caminiti kind of leaned into the whole like superhero, like I'm larger than life. And if you want to see an example of it, go look at Ken Caminiti, like peak steroid Ken Caminiti. Guy looked like a WWE wrestler out there swinging that thing. He won an MVP. He's out there slinging that wood.
Yeah, looking at some of the pitching stats, better than I thought.
Yeah.
But it's all the elite guys. Like, it makes you wonder what they were on, because it's Randy John, the only guys under 3 ERA-wise in those 3 or 4 seasons, late 90s, 2000, whatever. Yeah. You're looking at Randy Johnson, Greg Maddux, Pedro Martinez, Roger Clemens, and, Kevin Brown.
Well, and I mean, you would assume
that's really it.
You would assume that, Maddox wasn't doing anything. I mean, for God's sakes, look at him. He was just up there, throwing junk. Pedro, he's so small, but you never know. And then maybe Randy was just the freak that didn't need it because he was Randy F. and Johnson. But again, Ryan Franklin got popped. So I don't know what to make of any of it. I've always said, I'm not going to pretend that my hand is steady enough to draw the line. So I don't attempt it. So I go off of what your numbers, I go off of what your accomplishments were, and those guys are Hall of Famers.
All right. Helton is in, Maurer is in, and of course, Adrian Beltre. Coming up next, an NBA coach has been fired.
Yeah, don't be an ass, apparently.
Wow. And the job Pete Carroll's angling for. It's 3:33. Here's Schultze.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, actually just breaking in the last 10 or 20 minutes or so, the 2024 Baseball Hall of Fame class being announced. Adrian Beltre, third baseman, Joe Mauer, catcher, and Todd Helton, first baseman, all elected to the Hall of Fame. Of course, Beltre and Mauer were on their first ballot, Helton making the Hall of Fame on his sixth. Elsewhere into the association, the Blazers hitting the court again tonight in Oklahoma City to face off against the Thunder. Portland, a 13.5-point underdog. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on Root Sports. Multiple reports saying the Milwaukee Bucks fired head coach Adrian Griffin in his first season with the team. Joe Prunty is going to take over on an interim basis. Doc Rivers is emerging as well as an early candidate for the full-time job. Elsewhere, the Miami Heat are flipping point guard Kyle Lowry and a first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Terry Rozier. And in the NFL, Pro Football Talk reporting former Seahawks coach Pete Carroll making a push for the Chargers head coaching vacancy. Meanwhile, Mike Garafolo says the Los Angeles Chargers and Jim Harbaugh are in striking distance. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Guest. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino and their sportsbook powered by BetMGM for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Go deeper on the Trailblazers. The Rose Garden Report with host Sean Hyken. Download the Rose Garden Report on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Suk wishing you a happy 2024. Started off right by joining me at Crunch Fitness. I've been a member for over 8 years now, and I can't imagine working out anywhere else. $9.99 a month with 24-cent and
Okay, real quick, and then we move on. Baseball. Who knew baseball would hijack the first half hour of our radio broadcast today? No. Isn't that great?
The Hall of Fame.
I was looking at the vote. So they've got the voting percentages in.
Yeah.
Beltre, 95.1.
Okay, so did not come close to breaking a record for third baseman.
He did not. Todd Helton, 79.7. Joe Mauer, 76.1.
It's just over.
Of course, you have to get 75%. Billy Wagner just missed it, 73.8.
So you got another one. He's not. Yeah. That's not his last year, right?
9 years on the ballot, so he's got one more.
Ooh, he'll get in next year.
Sheffield's getting close. Well, wait. This is Sheffield's last year, I think. 63.9. All the way down at the bottom, I just wanted to fill you in that Brandon Phillips got a vote.
Oh.
Do you remember Brandon Phillips?
Brandon Phillips?
Yeah.
I saw
Little Red second baseman.
And who voted for him? Like his mom?
I don't know. If his mom has a vote, she probably would.
I saw David Wright got 6%.
David Wright, 6.2.
Mets third baseman and oft injured.
Brandon Phillips got one vote, which is 0.3, so he's well on his way.
Yeah.
Two guys did not get any votes.
And that is?
Jose Reyes of your Mets.
Yes.
And James Shields of my Royals.
Oh, heartbreaking. Was there any traction whatsoever on Manny or any of the? Because Manny's still on the ballot. I know Clemens and Bonds and those guys aren't. But.
Manny Ramirez, 32.5% in his 8th year. Not even close.
No close.
A-Rod, 34.8%. Third year on the ballot.
If anyone could ever get in, maybe A-Rod, because you said how many years? You said it's his third year?
Third.
It's got 7 years left because the other guys, they've passed the opportunity. A-Rod's numbers are so ridiculous, and the steroid stuff has obviously died down now. And now he's kind of done a career resurgence with the whole he's a likable guy and doing the broadcast. Do you think there's any shot that A-Rod in year 10 could be the first one to just get shoved over the edge?
I don't, but a lot can change in 7 years, you know. But I don't because, as you mentioned, they have set a precedent that if you were busted, you're not in there. And he's not even close. He's 34%.
Yeah.
I mean, that will probably loosen up, but it ain't going to loosen up to 75.
No.
Yeah, he was 34% in his first year, 35.7 in his second, up to 39.
So he's not making any.
They need those riders to die and pass on their ballots to somebody else. All right, here's our poll question today on X at 1080 The Fan, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling Family Business, helping families for over 60 years. AAA IAQ.com. Yesterday, we asked you which franchise would be best served to fire its coach. And the reason I like this poll question is I had no idea who would win. We had Darvin Ham of the Lakers, Sean McDermott of the Bills, Chauncey Billups of the Blazers, and Mike McCarthy of the Cowboys.
We didn't even have the guy on the list that got canned.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Which we'll get to in a second. But yeah, none of those guys have been fired. But I thought McCarthy would win. He did not. In a landslide, it's Chauncey.
Chauncey. Well, some of that has to do with the local stuff. And
nobody likes Chauncey.
Well, I think the problem with the Blazers is you see no real progress, and I think that's very frustrating.
Development is not happening.
Development. I think when you look at a team like Utah that had started off horribly, and his roster isn't much better than Portland's, and all of a sudden, like Utah is in the mix. I think they're 10th. They're a couple games above, or maybe they are just right at 500, but you feel like there's progress. I think some of it is a little clouded because of all the injuries, but if you're a Blazer fan, what do you point to? Like you have a massive amount of injuries. Scoot, who you basically moved on from Dame to get Scoot, and look, he's so young, but is anyone going to look at Scoot Henderson right now and say that the future looks super bright?
Well, I mean he's young, but I just think that here's what I would say. I don't watch him enough to really have an opinion on this.
Their offense is dreadful.
When I do watch them, well, so is their defense, dude. When I do watch them, one of the reasons I don't watch them more than I do, well, besides the fact that they suck, is they're just hard to watch because they don't.
No, it's not good.
They don't play hard. Like they don't seem well coached, right? Like I don't care who is on the floor. You could have 5 scrubs on the floor. I want them playing fundamentally sound, good basketball where you can see the bones of good coaching, and you can't see that with them, and that's the most concerning part.
Yeah. So it just comes down to
they don't play hard. Their defense is terrible.
I get it that Chauncey's handed a rotten core here. But at the same time, you can't just say we're not very good, therefore there's nothing I can do about it. And I think that's, like you said, where the frustration lies. Is it? And at the beginning of the year, it felt like they were competitive and they were playing really hard. And it's not so much anymore. And you look, Sharp basically got sat for that very thing, for an effort. Now he's got an abductor thing, and Aiton, and it's just
at the same time,
it's such a bad year.
Chance has been here. I don't know how long Chance has been here, but there was a period, and I think it was when Lillard got hurt a couple of years ago, and they were running out a scrub unit.
Yeah.
And they were awesome.
Yeah, played hard.
With Josh Hart and those guys. Mm-hmm. I really liked how that team played. Now, they actually surprised us. I think it was like second half of the season, everybody thought they were cooked, injuries, and then they played really well and made a little run. Nothing major, but it was just how they were playing. It's like, wow, Chauncey looks like he can really coach. It was ball movement. It was defense.
And there was a sense of what happens when he gets his players.
Exactly. So if he can coach them that way, I'd like to see better players play that way, and you got something. Well, that has not resurfaced yet.
No.
Blazers traded Josh Hart like a week after, I think, what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I think they did. They broke that up. And that's a totally different thing, too, because they weren't going anywhere, so I get why they did that. Of course. But they were playing really well right before that.
I just don't know. So this is his third year. It's the third season of tanking. I don't know how you judge. I don't. But I think most people are under the impression that he isn't. Maybe he isn't the problem, but I don't think many people believe that he is the solution.
Well, how you judge is the young guy's development and improvement, and they just don't. They lost by 62 the other night.
Yeah,
62.
Yeah, that road trip was
guys 62.
Yeah, but they beat the Nets twice,
and they beat the Pacers.
That's true.
So I don't know what to think. Now my head's spinning.
Well
anyway, Billups won 55%. Dallas's Mike McCarthy got 27%. Darvin Ham 10%. Sean McDermott 8%. People are in support of the Bills coach. Today's question: which sport do you watch most on TV? NFL, college football, NBA, or Major League Baseball, or other? Vote hard on X at 1080 The Fan. The reason I asked that is because Chiefs Bills got 50 million viewers.
Yeah,
50 million viewers.
The Lions game got 40, and everyone went, holy crap, and everyone thought that was the most. And the Chiefs Bill game got reported at like 38 or whatever, and the NFL was like, no. Sorry.
50.
That'd be 50 million people.
They said that is more people watching one football game than the entire group of people that watched every game of the World Series combined.
That makes sense. Because I think with the Major League Baseball, like you get like what? I think it's like 7 or 8, if I'm not mistaken, roughly. And we've talked about this before, but the Pro Bowl, when they had it, the Pro Bowl got better numbers than Stanley Cup Finals and NBA Finals, and
Well, but I wanted to see in an NBA market if the NFL would still win, and right now it is. And actually, NBA is getting buried, which is very interesting. And part of that is the Blazers suck right now, but NFL and college football, even here, by far the most watched sports.
Yeah, it's not even close. I mean, you did it. What was the 100 most watched programs last year? Mm-hmm. Weren't like 97 of them football, and I think 94, 93 were the NFL. So,
correct.
If you wonder why the NFL just keeps printing money, there you go. And I mean, Peacock, for God's sakes, that no one had. They put that game on Peacock, and it was the largest one-day sign-up. It was the largest increase in subscription history. It's a license to print money, because no matter what they do, more people just keep coming.
All right, an NBA coach shockingly fired today. That's next on The Fan.
Duck fans, that was
All right, a little bit of a surprising move out of the NBA today as Adrian Griffin, the new coach of the Bucks. This is his first year.
Yeah.
He just got fired.
They have the second best record in the league.
30 wins, 13 losses, second in the East, 3.5 behind Boston, and they turfed him.
Yeah, they won 5 of 6, and thanks for coming.
He must be a real ass.
It goes back to, remember before the start of the season, Terry Stotts walked away. He was supposed to be the offensive coordinator for, I don't know what you call it, the offense. What do they call in basketball?
Offensive specialist?
Offensive specialist. He was in charge of the offense.
I don't know, but can I, on a tangent, real quick before you finish, can I offer up that when we talk about basketball things, there is a segment called Basketball Things that we were going to do today.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be here, but have you noticed new terms for things as you check in on, like, say, TNT, or you watch some of the Blazer games or the inside the NBA games?
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed terminology changing?
Such as what?
Well, like I was watching the other night, and Shaq called it. What did he call it? The new term for point guard, for example, is lead guard.
Oh.
Because
you're getting,
you don't really like. I mean, hell, Jokic can be a
the idea that the game's becoming more positionless.
Yeah. And they also had trail. You've heard that before. The trail 4.
Yes. Well, and like the stretch 5,
point center.
Sure. All of those things. Yeah, I get where you're going with that. I do. I have noticed that.
It's confusing for an old guy.
Well, the game is certainly changing. Like I said, it's becoming more of a positionless thing. But at the start of the season, Terry Stotts just left. Remember, that was one of those where Adrian Griffin had after practice, they broke the huddle, and then he was like, hey, coaches, stay over here real quick. And I guess Stotts was talking to Giannis and Dame off on the side, and he was like, hey, Stottsy baby, I said everyone over here now. And Stotts went, just 1 second, talking to my guys. And Griffin did not like that. And he started yelling at Terry Stotts. And the Terror Bear was like, yeah, I don't need this, and walked off. And we knew that wasn't the first time that they had butted heads. And it wasn't like Griffin was close with Stotts. Stotts was brought in by management to help out a first-year coach, and Stotts was known as a guy that could run an offense. But Stotts can also be very stubborn and very opinionated, so we thought maybe that was a butting of heads. But it sounds like this has been problematic from the get-go. Giannis and Dame both have publicly stated that they're not thrilled the way things are going. They've talked about coaching. There was an article today that came out, well, actually it was a day or two ago, I think, in the New York Post, saying that players had lost faith in him, and it was confirmed. Chris Mannix had one today saying that the players believed that they were winning despite their coach, and they thought that despite the record, when they got to the playoffs and they played against better teams that were better coached, and when you get into the postseason, and it is more about coaching. We all know during the regular season, a lot of times there's not much effort that goes into any sort of game planning. There's not enough time for practice. You just roll out the ball and you get where you're going, and away you go. But come postseason, and that's ultimately what Milwaukee's trying to do, you do have to game plan. There are adjustments, and people didn't believe that he was up to the task.
They also went from 4th last year under Budenholzer. I still think it's crazy to fire Budenholzer, but that's neither here nor there. They went from 4th in defense to 22nd.
Well, and some of that, obviously, when you replace one of the best guards defensively with Dame, but I think the idea that there was that much of a drop-off, again, was problematic.
So they're going after Doc Rivers. Although Terry Stotts, Stotts, he could have very easily been elevated to head. Had he stayed, he could have won that ego battle, and they would promote him to head coach right now.
I would think so, because Prunty is the interim guy, and then that's the rumor is that they're going to go out and try to get Doc. And that if Doc's,
I don't know, Doc may get it no matter what, but Stotts, he could have won a title with Damian Lillard if he just stuck around.
Wouldn't that have been something? Yeah, but again, if you're Terry Stotts, you are not going to put up with getting dressed down by a first-year head coach. It's just not going to happen.
The Terror Bear ain't putting up with that ass.
No, well, he doesn't have to.
By the way, amongst coaches, great. How about this? Coaches with the winningest records to be fired. No other name comes to mind. Like, who comes to mind when you think of? I mean, that guy's 30-13, man.
Yeah.
But who comes to mind? There's one name in my head.
There's only
of a coach, and it wasn't NBA, of a coach who was awesome. But got fired.
The only one that I can remember in season. Well, it doesn't have to be in season. Dwayne Casey, right? Didn't he win Coach of the Year and then get fired that same year?
Yeah, he did. That off season, yeah.
Right? And that was that
he never made it past the conference finals.
Yeah. So I remember that. I remember that Van Gundy got his ass fired in Miami and replaced by Pat Riley. I remember that. And I remember that Blatt got canned in Cleveland, and they won, if I'm not mistaken, they won a title that year with Lou. And like the same thing, like LeBron was like, I'm not putting up with this black guy. Get him the hell out of here. They brought in LeBron's guy. And
Blatt. Yeah. Not black guy.
No, Blatt.
Blatt.
And he was not black.
No, he's white.
Yeah.
Ironically.
Yeah.
I think he's Israeli.
Oh,
was he?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marty Schottenheimer.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He went 14-2. They blew it in the playoffs, and they fired his ass.
Postseason. Well, and if we're going down that
14-2.
I'm going to look up and see what he was the last year before he got canned. But Tony Dungy won that division multiple years in a row, and they canned his ass in Tampa. And then the very next year, they won a Super Bowl with Gruden. But I'm looking here at Dungy in Tampa, so it's not as good as I thought. So he went 11-5, 10-6, 9-7, and they blew him out. I thought he was better than that. But they made it to the NFC Championship game, and then a couple wild card exits, and away you go.
Schottenheimer went 35-13 in his last 3 seasons with the Chargers, and they fired him.
Yeah.
Dude, that's nuts. Yeah. But at that time, it was all his inability to get over the hump in the postseason.
Yeah, and he was a tough guy.
He could not do it.
Well, and there's some, who is it, Bill Parcells, that always talked about, what did he call it? He said it was a shelf life. I was going to say it was an expiration date. He called it a shelf life. And he thought that, and he even said it about himself, that he had a shelf life.
Yeah, but Schottenheimer was only in San Diego for like 5 years.
And that's
Kansas City, he had a shelf life. I was there when he got fired in Kansas City, and it was like, even, I think it was Derek Thomas before he died, or maybe it was one of the other studs, said, it's just time.
Derek Thomas and him did not get along. Yeah. There was butting heads, but I'm done. That was, I think Parcells, I'll look it up. I think Parcells said 5 years was kind of his shelf life. And because Parcells wears on people, Harbaugh wears on people. Like there is an element, and I don't know, NBA, if it's the same sort of thing, but I do know that in the football world, not so much in college, and probably is now because players have more control, but in the NFL, boy, you can, and you're a heavy-handed guy like that, players can tune your ass out real quick.
Pretty wild how he never won much in the postseason, Schottenheimer.
He was so good.
Those teams were really good.
Yes.
But boy, was he conservative. Like, it would be interesting to go back and look at, now when we look at guys punting on 4th and 1, 4th and 2,
Yeah.
Like the Tampa guy.
Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles just did the other day, 4th and 1.
Yeah.
I think he was like on his own 46.
It's like shocking.
Dude, what are you doing?
But
back in the day, go back and watch. I'm guessing if we went back and watched old Marty Schottenheimer coach in the playoffs, it was cowardly punt after cowardly punt.
My whole life playing football, if we as an offense got to 4th down, you just jogged off the field. Going for it was not a thing. It's just, you didn't do it. It's just like, well, it's 4th down. We're punting the ball. And somewhere along the line, someone was like, hey, guys, we only need like half a yard here. We should probably just go for it. And everyone was like, this is outrageous. This idea. The earth is round. It was like this revelation. I don't remember who was the first one to really start doing it, but it's funny how sometimes things take a long time to come about. But now going for it on 4th down, I mean, God, guys go for it on 4th down on their own 30. So I remember one year where Bill Belichick went for it against the Colts. He went for it like 4th and 1 on his own 35 or something like that. And he didn't make it, and people were like ready to run Bill. Like, this is the worst thing of all time. Now it's a regular Sunday. Dan Campbell goes for it in his sleep. Go to, even in college, go ask Dan Lanning about going for it on 4th down. He gives a damn about analytics. We're going.
Man, I'm lost in a Marty Schottenheimer gag vortex here because there's an article written on this. Page 2 ESPN. They go through each of it. So his playoff record was 5-13.
Ouch.
and they said his projected playoff record based on how good his teams were was 15-11.
Ooh.
He went 5-13, and they go through them. I'm going to read this, but I can't right now. Obviously, I'm hosting a radio program.
Yes.
But it'll be interesting to go back it's each one of his playoff defeats, and it shows key reason for defeat, key Marty decisions, and the gag factor rating.
Well, the years, and I'm not even talking about the Kansas City and Cleveland years where, again, he had really good teams, but those, because I was a little bit younger, those San Diego teams he had were loaded, absolutely loaded. And if I'm not mistaken, those San Diego teams never even got to, I don't think he ever made it to a title game.
Well, no, his best team was 06. They were 14-2, and again, they fired him in the offseason.
Yep.
But that's the one where they got the interception of Tom Brady.
He fumbled.
They were playing the Patriots. Brady throws the pick. The game is over, and the dumbass fumbled it.
Yep.
And then, so what you may not remember from that game is that they still had a chance to kick I think it was game-tying, maybe game-winning field goal, but Schottenheimer, that's what they called him, Schottenheimer burned a timeout because he challenged the fumble of the interception.
Oh.
And it was clearly a fumble. And so he lost a timeout, and so Nate Keating had to run out on the field with 8 seconds left, and he missed it.
Yeah, tried to panic and run out there.
It was a 54-yard field goal, and he missed it.
And then let's also not forget that he oversaw the Ernest Biner fumble. I don't know what that was, like 87, 86, something like that, but that was he lost to the Broncos.
You know what else they're saying about that game with the Patriots here? I'm just reading through the notes.
Yeah.
It says Marty elects, we were just talking about him being cowardly.
Yeah.
Marty elects to go for it on 4th and 11 from the New England 30 in the first quarter. And then it says, the weather is perfect, no wind. Your kicker hasn't missed a field goal at home since the 2004 playoffs.
Now you
and
decide?
you don't think he can make a 47-yarder?
Now you decide to get all aggressive? I mean, I guess.
Freaking Marty Schottenheimer.
It's bad now. He's got Alzheimer's, and it's really sad. Like there was, and he's not doing one now, but there was an interview with him on Real Sports a couple years ago, and his wife was there with him, and he still thought he lived like in Michigan, and he just it's all bad.
So the Bucks coach got fired today.
What?
If you're just tuning in. Pete Carroll angling for a job, but it looks like Jim Harbaugh may shove him out. That's next on The Fan. All right, welcome back. Couple quick show announcements, you guys. Check it out. Ryan Buckley, our esteemed producer, who you probably forgot about, he'll be back on Friday. He finally returns to our program.
Allegedly. I'll believe it when I see it.
He's been on paternity leave. So that means 2 more days of Schulte.
That's right.
Actually, today and tomorrow, because Thursday, Will Ortner fills in for me.
Wow.
Technically,
we're
just
saying
tomorrow.
goodbye. Schulte, there's going to be a number 2 McDonald's for you here on Wednesday.
I appreciate it.
Is that what's your go-to McDonald's meal?
Double cheeseburger, baby.
Double cheeseburger meal. All right, I'm gonna bring one in.
Yeah,
for you.
yesterday, we're going to miss Schulte because yesterday he said the double cheeseburger from McDonald's is a top 10 burger in the United States.
Hot takes. That's what he's known for.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You got to love this guy.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I threw it out there, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. You had to double down on that.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course.
So Buck back Friday. So that means that only 6.5 more hours of Jordan Schultz
That's right.
on this show.
Yeah. And Vancouver Ford text line has pointed this out. And just to be fair, because we normally kill off people, we did not kill off Marty Schottenheimer, and we should have because he died in 2001.
Oh, he died, did he?
Yeah, I knew he had Alzheimer's and dementia, and I knew he was doing really bad. I saw an interview with him, but I don't remember him passing. But yeah, he passed away in 2021.
Rest in peace. Here's the other thing. February 27th, that's a Tuesday. Put it in your iCal or on your phone calendar. We're going to be out at X Golf Tualatin for the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic.
Not to be confused with the Summer Golf Classic.
No, winter, because it's winter.
That's right.
So you can sign up now. You can play at noon or 4 p.m. at either the X Golf Vancouver location or the X Golf Tualatin location on Tuesday, February 27th. Inside, got a bar, simulators, and everything.
They do a great job.
And if you win it, so you can play in threesomes. If you win it, you get a free foursome at our Summer Golf Classic, which sells out very fast and is very popular with the kids.
So come on out and say howdy.
And then if you finish last, if you really suck,
And then we give you a golf lesson.
we give you free lessons at X Golf.
What?
Which is great.
Yeah.
So if you want more info on this or to sign up your threesome, go to 1080thefan.com. That will be Tuesday, February 27th. Or if you just like to come and hang with us, we'll be at X Golf Tualatin for our show. And then Danny and Dusty will be at X Golf Vancouver during their show, which is noon to 3.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about that.
Although,
because the Vancouver location is like 4 blocks from my house, and meanwhile, I got to drive to Tualatin.
it's possible that Danny is dead. I don't know. He has not been on that show for months.
No. But
Did he have a kid?
But he did cover the remix game, so I don't know what's happening. But in theory, he should be back. Although if I'm out in Tualatin, maybe I'll go visit the Chub Shrub again. That's the last time we were out there.
Yeah, the Chub Shrub.
I did go see the Chub Shrub. I don't know if it's still there, but I feel like maybe I should swing by there and see what she's decorated. Probably Valentine's Day, right?
The iconic landmark.
Yeah.
The Chub Shrub.
Because I think last I saw it, it was for St. Patty's Day.
A tree shaped like a penis.
Yes, and apparently the neighbors are livid. And when I did get out to photograph the Chub Shrub, there was a lady walking her dog that was disgusted with me. I don't think she enjoyed people stopping by her neighborhood to photograph the penis tree.
Well, how about this?
Yeah,
I'll say it for her. Grow up.
Yeah.
No, not lighten up. You.
Me?
Grow up.
Grow up?
Grow up.
No.
How about that?
No. I found the Chub Shrub
Or
delightful.
you could say to her, lighten up.
Yeah. What does it affect you, ma'am? You're just walking your dog.
Probably both. Well, it's her neighborhood. She's a serious person.
Does it bother her that for the 30 seconds it took me to get out of my car and take a selfie with the shrub, that ruined her whole day?
Well, at least she's admitting to you that she knows by complaining. She knows it looks like a phallic thing sticking up in the
She didn't
air.
like that.
I think she hit me with a really.
Yeah. Really, dude?
Yeah, really, actually. I wanted to be like, I drove here specifically for this. Someone drew me a map.
So Pete Carroll, apparently he's been angling for the Chargers job.
Yeah,
He wants to work for the Chargers.
We told you, man. Petey's old ass didn't want to go away. You know, it was all kumbaya that, you know, it was a mutual decision and to step down. And
He wanted to stay with the Seahawks.
Yes. But you know, they kind of put it out there during the press conference, and I don't think he wanted to crap all over Schneider. But then like 2 days later, he came out and was like, yeah, the only reason I'm not the coach is because non-football people made the decision, AKA Jody Allen and Burt Cold. So we knew he wasn't going away. I just find it fascinating that both Pete and Bill, who are ancient and 1,000 years old, are sniffing around all these jobs.
Well, they want to work.
Yeah.
And that's their prerogative. That's fine.
Sure.
They're legendary coaches, both of them.
Yes.
At the same time, neither are getting substantial interest. And it sounds like Jim Harbaugh is going to come shove Petey down.
Yeah, by all accounts,
Harbaugh to the Chargers.
Within the next 48 hours, Jim Harbaugh will be the next coach of someone's.
Yeah.
Do they have fans? I don't know,
I mean, I think
seven LA Charger fans.
I mean, I tried to be. I mean, I like the San Diego teams.
Yeah,
but they were so hard because, well, they've sucked a lot, and they have a terrible owner, and then they just moved. So I don't know. I like Justin Herbert.
It's the worst fan base in the country.
I really like their unis and their logo and stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I got a Chargers uni.
But you play in the. You're a Jersey guy, are you?
Hell yeah. I'm a Justin Herbert
of course
Chargers jersey owner.
You're rocking that jersey.
I love Justin
with
Herbert.
your cargo shorts. I love you, Schultz.
I love you too.
Eating your McDonald's.
It's shorts. It's not cargo shorts.
If Herbert propositioned you, would you have to do it?
No.
Yeah.
If Michael Bublé propositioned me, I'd be like, yeah, where do I sign?
You touch it. You would.
No.
Wow, Bublé over Herbert, huh?
Yeah, Herbert's not. Sorry, I love Herbert, but he's not the best looking dude out there. Come on, there's much better looking. If we're talking quarterbacks, I think I'd be particular to like maybe a salt and pepper Jimmy Garoppolo type.
Schultze, no offense to you, bud. Not only you would touch it for Herbert, I'm pretty sure Harrington could probably get you to do it too. I'm sorry. We get a couple Dutch brothers in you. You add a little Irish coffee to that. Yeah, I think we know what's happening there.
No booze, just coffee and sugar.
Yeah, I think that would be
anyway, Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers. That's a good hire. I don't know how they could do better than that.
The guy has won everywhere he's went. I mean, God, he's riding on the doorstep of one in San Francisco. Tremendous job at San Diego, Stanford, Michigan.
Sounds like they made him a big fat money offer, but the question is like they got to decide on a GM, and this is where it gets hairy with a guy like Harbaugh
because their GM is now in Vegas.
Yeah, Telesco. Well, they fired their GM.
Yes,
and it looks like the Raiders are going to hire Tommy Telesco, who did a pretty good job there. I mean,
I actually think he did a better than.
Yeah, I mean, he drafted Bosa, he drafted Herbert, he drafted Keenan Allen. Like Tommy Telesco did a pretty good job. They just, for whatever reason, the Chargers are just so chargery, and they just did not have a good record when he was there. But I don't think it was really his fault. That's a good roster.
Yes.
And a good quarterback.
The only thing that has derailed them, coaching, but has derailed from a personnel side is just simply injuries. And everyone misses on stuff like the Kenneth Murray thing, but you mentioned, from Derwin James to Bosa to Slater to Herbert, they found Eckler, Mike Williams. I mean, they have hit. They have hit on a lot of their first 3-round players. It's just that unfortunately for them, they all get hurt. So I'm not certain that you can. I mean, do you really blame Telesco for that? I think they've done a nice job of putting together a roster.
He was there a long time.
I would say injuries and coaching have let them down more than anything else.
And I just think their owner sucks.
That's true.
It's probably hard to win there, and that's where I think it's going to get. It could get interesting with Harbaugh. Like, who do they pick as GM? How does he fill out his staff? The devil's in the details on that.
Yes.
And how much control do you give Jim Harbaugh? All of that. And
sounds like he wants a lot, or at least a say.
That's what I'm saying.
In what happens.
Right. So then if you hire a GM that has other ideas, now you got a problem. And then therein lies why franchises, even with good rosters or even good coaches, fail. Well, because there's infighting.
Yeah. Well, and supposedly, like Bill, the hoodie, he interviewed twice with Atlanta. And I guess the sticking point there is that he doesn't want to answer to a GM and he doesn't want to answer to their I guess, CEO, or what would you call him? President of operations. There's Rich McKay, who was there with the Bucks. And I guess him and Bill have butted heads for years, and Bill is basically saying, no, I'm not going to do it. So it sounds like they're moving off him because when you've been imagine being the head coach, the GOAT of 6 Super Bowls, and you're 14, 15 wins away from being the winningest coach of all time. And for the first time, someone's like, you're going to have to answer to not 1, but 2 people. Yeah, that's why I just say everyone thinks it's a slam dunk that Bill ends up getting Shula's record. I'm not certain. I don't know who hires him, but I don't necessarily think it's a slam dunk that he just waltzes in somewhere and wins 9 or 10 games 2 years in a row. I don't.
The notation of a notable NFL note to notate.
Ooh, I like notations.
That will be next. And then in the news on The Fan. One more thing here before we get to In the News. ITN, as the kids call it, on the streets.
Oh, they love it.
What does this say? I saw this little stat. Thought it was interesting that with Brian Callahan.
Yeah, the soon-to-be coach. He was the OC in Cincinnati, and he will be the next coach. We're just waiting for the official announcement in Tennessee.
Yeah, he's the Bengals offensive coordinator.
Yes.
And now that the Bengals, so he'll be hired as the Titans head coach. Now that the Bengals have to replace their OC, every team in the NFL will have changed its offensive coordinator since the start of the 2022 season.
Get right the hell out of town.
Every team.
That's kind of crazy. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, and by the way, I guess they're just going to promote their quarterback's coach. They're just going to bump up from within.
But what's that say?
Well, it's twofold. One, that you're seeing this with Philadelphia. The easiest thing to do when something goes wrong is we just fire coordinators, right? Sirianni oversaw, quite frankly, the greatest collapse in NFL season that I can remember. You were 10-1 and you didn't win 12 games. You were 10-1, and you didn't win 2 more games the rest of the year. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Sirianni completely lost that locker room. By the way, his team rolled over and quit in the postseason on him. You watch that Philadelphia game. Tell me they didn't quit. They absolutely just didn't want to play. And that's on Nick Sirianni. But by all accounts, Sirianni's going to somehow keep his job. But what do? You fire both coordinators. Yeah, your ass is out of here. So that's one thing, is it's easy to blame a coordinator. And the other one is if you do come in and you do a good job, as Brian Callahan did, and you lose your quarterback in Joe Burrow and you make Jake Browning look really good, the next thing that you do is you get a head coaching job. And that's kind of where the NFL, I think, is trending this way. No offense to obviously Harbaugh's a little bit different, but it's like the Pete Carrolls and the Bills of the world. Tennessee doesn't want to hire Bill Belichick, and they're not interested in hiring Pete Carroll. They want the young coordinator. They want the next Sean McVay. They want the next Shanahan. These are the guys that they're looking for. Stefanski, guys like this. And so I think it's both good and bad. Ben Johnson, how long has Ben Johnson been in Detroit? 3 years since Dan Campbell got there? Ben Johnson ain't going to be in that position next year. He's going to be a head coach somewhere. And if he doesn't get a head coaching job this cycle, he'll be a head coach the next one. In fact, the only one that I can remember, off the top of my head, was maybe...
By the way, Ben Johnson, 2022.
Oh, so he's...
Yeah, because like I said, every single one
yeah,
has turned over since the start of the 2022 season.
The only one that I can remember... that had a lot of success that didn't get bumped up was Eric Bieniemy. He was the OC in Kansas City for all those years, and he never got the job. And some of that was, I guess, he was a pain in the ass to deal with. Some of it was all the credit went to Andy Reid. But you look at around the league, and the guys that get promoted, they're usually the hot coordinators. I mean, shoot, Philadelphia goes on a good year there, and Steichen and Gannon both get plucked. So that's just where this pool is coming from. So when you are a coach in this league, and it's much like the same thing in college, it is not the most important thing. I mean, culture and team building, all that. But if it's not one, it's 1A. It is your ability to hire coordinators. Dan Lanning did a great job, and that he lost his coordinator who was really, really good. And I think he went on to become the youngest head coach in Division I football, at least Power 5 football, down in Arizona State. What did they go out and do? Have to find another one. And he comes in and is gangbusters. And I promise you, if Oregon wins the Big Ten next year and has a great year, guess who's looking for another OC at that point? Dan Lanning.
Yeah, in the NFL especially, it is kind of interesting that, as a texter brings up on the Vancouver Ford text line, a lot of those guys don't call plays, the OCs. The head coaches do.
Yes.
And so that's part of it that, they're easily interchangeable. It's like, okay, if we didn't get what we wanted offensively this year, not my fault, it's your fault.
Yeah.
So I can just bring in the next guy. So it's easy to swap that out. But it's interesting how good teams do it too. Baltimore did it. Mm-hmm. Baltimore changed offensive coordinators, and they are even better.
Yep.
Hiring Todd Monken, who was at Georgia. Mm-hmm. But then Jacksonville, they were a good team, changed out both coordinators, and sucked this year.
Terrible.
So it is a very year-to-year thing.
Yeah.
If you suck on either coordinator spot,
you don't get many.
You're not getting another year.
No,
it's because it's too easy to replace you.
Yes, it's too easy to replace
and promote somebody who you think in-house. You see everybody's work. You promote somebody who you think can do a better job.
And it's the easiest way. Like it's hard to turn over rosters. It is when especially with quarterbacks. Like when you commit to Herbert, you commit to whatever, Lamar, whoever. When you commit to someone, or you've got a young quarterback and you're trying to grow and develop him, the moment it feels like someone is stunting someone's growth, dude, you're getting him the hell out of there, because you can't just go in this endless cycle of trying to revamp quarterbacks and revamp entire offensive systems. So it is by far the easiest way. It's like the difference between changing out an engine and changing out a car. Do you want to change the tires, the brakes, the doors, the steering, all that? Or you just want to put a new engine in? It's way easier to put a new engine in. And then you look at the poor bastards like Justin Fields. How many head coaches and OCs does that guy have to deal with? And that's the problem with this, is that at times you can be left chasing your tail, where you just have one thing after another and there's no stability. And I think Fields will be on I think this will be his fourth offense that he's going to have to learn. So, I mean, it's hard when you're having to learn new terminology and all that every single year.
But don't you think they've kind of streamlined that too? They've made that much easier over the years.
If you are remotely competent as a coordinator, you don't, I call it getting Mike Martz. The days of the Mike Martzes of the world that say, I have the most complex system in the world, I don't care, you learn it, you figure it out, this is the way we do things. Very few guys are like that anymore.
Right. They just simplify it.
Yes, and you understand that you're playing to your guys' strengths and you're building it, and then as they grow, you give them more and more. But in this game today, it's about building quarterbacks. If you're a guy that is viewed as a quarterback whisperer that can grow and develop quarterbacks, you will have a job forever in this league, because it's the most important thing.
All right, in the news is next. A wild scene on North Interstate Avenue yesterday afternoon. But first, Schulte with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by X Golf. It's indoor golf season. Check out X Golf in Vancouver or Tualatin, the home of indoor golf, online at xgolfpnw.com. First on The Fan, the Portland Trailblazers hitting the court again tonight in Oklahoma City to face off against the Thunder. Portland, a 13.5-point underdog in that one. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on Root Sports. Multiple reports stating the Milwaukee Bucks have fired head coach Adrian Griffin in his first season, despite being tied for the second best record in the league. The interim's going to be Joe Prunty, while Doc Rivers has emerged as an early candidate for the full-time gig. The Miami Heat are flipping point guard Kyle Lowry and a first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Terry Rozier. Also, Cavaliers center Tristan Thompson is being suspended without pay for 25 games for violating the league's anti-drug program. He reportedly tested positive for a growth hormone used for muscle enhancement. And in the NFL, Pro Football Talk reporting former Seahawks coach Pete Carroll is making a push for the Chargers head coaching vacancy. Meanwhile, though, Mike Garafolo says that LA and Jim Harbaugh are in striking distance. Also, out of baseball today, the 2024 Hall of Fame class being announced. You got first-timers Adrian Beltre and Joe Mauer making it in, as well as Todd Helton on his 6th ever ballot. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to the Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook, powered by BetMGM, for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
If you can't find the humor in today's NBA, you're doing it wrong. Heat Check with Trista Crick on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up. Listen to this deal for fan listeners. LaRock Really am. Really are. Really is.
Who? What? One? You know that Henry Winkler commercial that plays a lot?
I just heard it.
Yeah, I hear that all the time, and it's a great cause. But I always enjoy it when he's like, my eyesight is very important to me. Who isn't it important to? Has anyone ever been like, you know what's not important in my life? Seeing. He's like it was like his father-in-law or whatever, and it's like it meant so much to him. Yeah, Henry, we're all on board, man. Like no one wants to be blind. Has anyone ever in the history of eyes been like, this would be sweet if I couldn't see?
Is it possible Stevie Wonder would say it's a little overrated?
I don't think so.
No?
I think if you gave Stevie the option, I'm pretty sure Stevie would like to see what's going on, although a lot of people think that he's faking the whole thing.
There's that. January 23, 2024, time for In the News. I'm your newsman. Hello, thank you, America. Please be seated. Thank you. Today is National Pie Day.
Love a good pie. I'll take pie over cake every time.
God, I won't.
Yeah, you're a cake guy?
Yeah, I find pie overrated. It's a little mid.
Big fan of the pie.
I could do, I don't really like pumpkin. I'm trying to think of my favorite pie.
Banana cream.
Lemon
I got apple.
cream.
I got cherry.
Key lime.
Oh,
Yes, key lime.
Key lime pie.
Now you're talking.
Although I do like a good carrot cake as well. Look, I'm not denying cake, but
Do you like fruitcake?
no.
That's blasphemous.
Although we got a fruitcake at the office this year, and I had a couple bites of it. It was fine.
Better than you think?
Better than I thought. Yeah.
It's a bad rap.
Yeah, but still, no one chooses fruitcake. It
Well,
just
the old ladies do.
it's like Jell-O. It happens. And sometimes you eat a thing of Jell-O, or you're like pudding, and you're like, whatever.
There's also National Handwriting Day,
Yeah, it's not good for
which
me.
many think, you're not good at that.
You have great handwriting.
I'm sorry, what?
You have good handwriting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Well, there's this whole debate. Isn't there a whole thing about is bad handwriting genetic? Have you heard that or read about that?
I haven't. Although my father has horrible handwriting too.
Yeah, I don't write that well because I'm a lefty.
Yeah.
But I taught myself to write right-handed because it looked better.
Yeah.
And after years of practicing it, I write both now.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And the right-handed is way better. I think it looks better, and it's very important for me for it to look good.
Yeah.
Or to me.
Well, and I remember when I'm impressed that you can write anything with your, you think my right hand's bad.
Yeah.
If I tried my left, it looked like Fred Flintstone.
You just have to practice.
My daughter teaches little kids in Korea. She teaches them English, and they were talking about handwriting, and she brought up her father, aka me, the handwriting, and the little kids were like, "We want to see it." So my daughter messaged me and said, "Do you have anything?" And you were out, and so I'll write like a show sheet, and I'll just write it out by hand. And I happened to have that, and I sent it to her. And she said one of the kids came in from like recess and wanted to see it. He took one look at it and said, and I quote, "Oh dear," and ran outside to get more kids to come inside and look at it.
Really?
Yes.
So you're famous in Korea
Yes.
with the kids.
With the kid. There is a bunch of 8-year-olds right now in Korea that think that I have the world's worst handwriting.
Because they all write very well.
Yes, she says it's a very big deal over there.
Yeah.
So that's what I got. Came in from recess to see if I had sent it. Oh dear, ran out to get more kids.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
You're just a cliche American.
It's bad.
You can't write.
No.
You can't spell.
No, it's ugly. It's ugly.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh yes.
Wild scene on North Interstate Avenue yesterday afternoon. I don't know if you saw this, but we had another sitch where 2 kids had to jump out of a stolen car.
Yeah, I did see this. They got like carjacked, but they made it out, and they weren't like little kids, right?
9 and 11.
Yeah, so I mean it's small, but
Yeah, they weren't like 2.
yeah. Well, I was thinking like when I first saw it, I was like, God, did like a 4-year-old bail? And then if it was like teenagers, I wouldn't be that impressed. So this is the sweet spot where you're like, all right, man, way to go, kids.
Well, their father left their car running.
You can't do that.
They were in North Portland with the kids inside.
Yeah.
He just ran into some business. I don't even know where he was. He just ran into the business real quick. And you say you can't do that. People do that all the time.
You shouldn't do it.
I mean, all the time.
Now, I will say that when the kids are youngins, that is the biggest no-no. 9 and 11, you're probably getting the kid. The dad didn't even think. He's like, you'll be fine.
Yeah, he didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
So this woman jumps in the car and takes off with the kids.
Yeah. Does she even notice that the kids are in the back? Or is it one of those, excuse me, miss?
I don't know.
Back here. I do remember there was a story once where a guy stole a car, realized there was a toddler in the back, turned around, scolded the mother, dropped the kid off, kept the car.
Really?
Yeah. Because the mom had left and had left the kid in the car, and the guy steals the car, realizes, holy hell. Yeah, he came back, dropped the kid off, and yelled at the mother for being a poor mom, and then stole the car anyways. So I guess he's a car thief, but he loves the kids.
Well, the woman stopped at a stoplight. You stole the car. Why are you stopping at a stoplight? Turn on your blinker? You following what? So the kids jumped out.
Well, look, just because you steal a car doesn't mean that you ignore the traffic signals.
I think you do.
I don't think you do. You can't, because if you run a red light, you're going to get T-boned or something.
Well, but
and then
have you not seen a car chase?
Well, but you look suspicious.
Well, but it's a stolen car. They're looking for you.
Well, look.
What do you think you do? Hide?
Do they really look for it?
Oh, they'll never find me if I follow all the rules of the road.
I saw this car. It was like a silver what have you, right? It looked like a silver Camry or something. You're telling me.
Yes, they're looking for it. There's 2 kids in it.
Well, that's the thing. You got to get rid of the kids. No one's putting out an APB on a stolen car.
But even if you get rid of the kids, they don't know if you got rid of the kids. They're looking for you.
Do you think you call into the police and be like, hey, just so you know,
the kids are fine.
I stole this car, but the kids are fine. I've dropped them off. They're at the corner of whatever. They're off of Burnside somewhere.
Really sorry about that part.
Sorry about it. I'm keeping the car. Just want you to know, no kidnapping here.
I also want you to know I will break no laws.
Yes.
In driving to wherever it is I want to go.
Yeah. Although the blinker's out, so I'll be using those hand signals out the window. Oh.
Stupid.
Oh, that works.
Anyway,
I've never stolen a car.
They caught her.
Yeah, you can't do that. Can't steal the cars, especially with the kids in them. I will say, though, that's probably pretty scary for a car thief. Look, again, having never stolen a car, look, let's say I'm a young whippersnapper and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go cheese this car. The last thing I'm looking to do is kidnap anyone.
Yeah.
There's a difference between grand theft and kidnapping.
I think you got to turn around and go back.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Either that or you just, you put it in reverse, then you bail.
And you run.
Yeah. You head off on foot. You know what? There's lots of other cars. I don't need to be in this Camry right now. I can find a different car. Because I would assume stealing car isn't if you're willing to go to those lengths, that's not hard to do.
Oregon lawmakers have unveiled their plan for a policy overhaul on the on Measure 110. You remember that?
Yeah. We're trying to get back to
Didn't
where
work.
The druggy thing is
Do you guys
illegal.
remember 2020?
I do remember 2020.
What a wild year. We had the COVID.
Well, look, and I admit when I'm wrong. And I was wrong today about Adrian Beltre. I was wrong today about Marty Schottenheimer still being alive. You know what else I was wrong about? This. I was like, good. Who cares? If you're walking around with a little dime bag or something, let it go. Who cares? You're doing a little blow. Sure. Well, it turned out that was not good.
Well, in defense of lawmakers here, now this has worked. So that was where they decriminalized drugs if you called this hotline and got help, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That was the idea. Well, it worked in, I think it was Portugal, wherever they studied it.
Yeah, it worked a bunch of places.
It's worked a lot of places. The problem here was that there was no enforcement of it. So there would nobody would answer they would call and then nobody would answer, or they wouldn't call and nobody would enforce the fact that they needed to call.
And then everyone just started.
So it was toothless.
Everyone started doing heroin and meth right on the street. Remember at one time I was eating tacos and a beer while walking, and I was offered meth for one of my Modelos and a taco. Yeah, the openness, I think, really shocked people. I don't think we were all prepared for the open drug scene. So go down to Pioneer Courthouse Square sometime, on a nice sunny Saturday, and tell me if that's maybe not a terrible idea that we passed all that.
So what they're thinking, I'll tell you next. By the way, here's a quick text. I wanted to read this. A coworker had her car stolen a couple of days ago in Portland. She had an Apple AirTag in it and told the cops where it was. The cops said to go get it back herself. Is that true?
I have one that's worse than that.
Damn, dude.
That is confirmed. When you buy a new car, those do have, most of them have low jacks on them.
Yeah.
Right? Someone stole a car off a car lot, and they can track to where it's at. And the police were called, and they showed up to the gentleman's house because it was in his driveway with the dealer tags on it and everything. And when they rocked up to the door, the guy said that he didn't steal the car. It was given to him by a friend. And they took the keys back and were like, okay. And they gave the keys back to the dealership, and the guy, nothing happened to him because they said they couldn't prove that he stole it. Even though he had the keys, it was in.
Oh.
It was in.
Oh, they couldn't prove it was him. So he's saying it was somebody else, and then I don't know, the guy gave it to me.
Well, and there's security footage, but look.
But what? That's evidence.
You would think. And literally nothing happened. They got the car back, and that was it.
So they just don't care. They don't, car thievery is nothing anymore.
Yeah.
To them.
Yeah.
They're like, whatever.
Unless there's a kid in the back.
And even then.
Yeah. But can you imagine that? Like, you steal a car, you drive it to your house, and the police show up, and you're like, what are you talking about? I didn't steal that car.
That's from my buddy Sook.
Yeah, here. And they're like, well, we need that. I don't know. I don't even know the friend that well. I don't have his number. And that was good enough. That literally was good enough to be like, hey, what do you want from me?
I tell you, if that story's true, that
it is.
I would be. Well, I'm not saying yours.
Yeah.
I'm saying this one that this guy texted in.
Yeah.
That would piss me off.
Yes.
Yeah, go get it yourself. What?
I hate to tell you, but car dealers do have to do that now. They go and steal their cars back because they have an extra set of keys, and they do. They go and they steal their cars back.
Vigilante justice.
Yes.
I don't understand Mike Fox comment.
Misfire. My bad. All right, so I'll tell you next what Oregon lawmakers are considering to replace and overhaul Measure 110. That's next on The Fan.
The Seahawks come up short of the play. 10.
All right, welcome back. Yep, that's right. It's Drop and Souk. What are you doing? How you guys doing?
I'm just over here sportsing. Well, we're newsing.
No, we're
right
not
now.
sportsing.
Yeah.
We're newsing.
Yeah,
Schultzy's over there talking to Big Will. Big Will, not Big Souk. Big Will.
Big Will Betts, baby.
Big Will Betts, baby.
It's a little creepy.
What is that? Is it the O? What are you doing? Is that a heart? Is that I love
heart?
You're doing a Taylor Swift sort of thing?
It is. He just said before it's a Tay-Tay heart. Yeah.
After weeks of testimony and deliberation, Oregon lawmakers on a special joint committee released their framework today for legislation meant to address the state's drug crisis and roll back drug decriminalization under the 2020 Measure 110.
Yeah. Didn't work.
Measure 110.
Didn't work out so well for us.
So we had, 2020, we had the COVID. You remember that whole global pandemic?
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep.
We had that, and we were like, drugs, whatever. All in the same year.
We're pretty cool here. Everyone handle it responsibility. And turned out they didn't handle it responsible. No, that was bad.
Faced with mounting substance use and a rise in overdoses, the legislature formed the Joint Interim Committee on Addiction and Community Safety Response.
God, glad we got a committee.
Got to have a task force.
Love our committees and task force.
And they gathered ideas about what the state can do to change the policy and better address the issues. Of course, Measure 110 has received mounting blame for the state's failure to address substance abuse and addiction. The framework released Tuesday represents the core concepts of a bill or multiple bills without yet being written into bill form.
So we just have a rough idea. We got an outline of how we're going to tackle this.
From the task force.
Yeah.
We need to urgently expand drug treatment and addiction prevention in our state while stopping drug dealers, confiscating hard drugs, and cleaning up trash and graffiti. That's very broad, but that's Kate Lieber, the Senate Majority Leader and co-chair of the committee. She said, "We will not solve this problem overnight, but this plan will get people the help they need, clean up our communities, and save lives."
Yeah. Well, I
don't see it.
And all of those things are important. Because
under the framework.
I want to save lives, but I also don't want our city to look like a sewer, and I also don't want to walk downtown and see everyone doing meth. It's not good.
Under the framework, Measure 110 would not be repealed, but drug decriminalization would be effectively ended. As things currently stand, if you are caught in possession of user amounts of drugs, you can earn a Class E violation, a ticket for about $100, basically.
Yeah, which
is waived if you contact the substance use hotline.
And by the way, just FYI, none of the people getting caught have $100, and they're not going to call. So
the new proposal would change that to a Class C misdemeanor, the lowest level misdemeanor crime under Oregon law. Carries a maximum sentence of 30 days in jail, a $1,250 fine, or both. It also adds that someone charged with possession would have a defense against the charge if they completed a behavioral health screening and caseworker intervention called a deflection program.
Can't we just force people to either go to get cleaned up or do some time in jail? Is that like the most ridiculous thing in the world? No? Anybody?
Well, that's not what you were saying in 2020.
It's not.
Here on these airwaves.
Again, I admit when I'm wrong, but if we catch you smoking meth,
I think the whole point is jails are overcrowded.
Can we open some treatment centers for God's sakes?
Well, that's what she just said. I mean, clearly they're all over it.
To actually make them do it. I don't know if you know. Threaten them one or the other. There has to be consequence. I'm not sure if you know about meth, heroin, and fentanyl, but the people doing it don't necessarily want to stop.
But if
they do want to stop, they can't because it's addictive.
If you don't have jail, then once again, how do you threaten them? You can't.
Well, again, it says it's a Class C misdemeanor, which is a maximum sentence of 30 days in jail, a $1,250 fine, but you can get out of it with the deflection program.
Yeah.
And that's where if you complete your behavioral health screening, caseworker intervenes, gets you sober, then they're like, we don't worry about the crime. So that's what we're going to do. Or at least that's what they think they're going to do.
Yeah, it says don't worry about it. They're all over it. I don't know what you're worried about. Vancouver Ford text line. I trust the city. They got it. They've never let us down before.
Well, there's nothing like a task force. To get stuff done, to look into things and then suggest.
You always got to give people a lot of money and then they'll figure this out, right?
Well, yeah, just throw money at it. That'll solve it. Someone said just move it behind closed doors. It's better than it being out in the open. I don't want it behind closed doors either, but I'd rather have it than out in front of my favorite restaurant.
P1 Dustin said the Portugal decriminalization worked because there was a stick along with the carrot. Yes, you will not get arrested if you go to treatment. But if you refuse treatment, guess what? You went to jail. So we decided to enforce that, but we didn't offer treatment or send people to jail.
Yeah.
So what did we really do?
It's like when they were doing that camping ban thing and they were like, your first offense is a ticket, your second offense is a bigger ticket, your third offense is jail, but we're not going to send you to jail. Like they came out and said that. Cool. I'm not going to pay either one of those tickets and good luck. Again, not sure you're not familiar with the way that the homeless and the drug addicts operate, but timely bill paying not high on their list. Like as you're sitting there on the street in your tent, all methed out, I wonder if you're ever sitting there and be like, God, I gotta get these bills paid. Got that summons I gotta appear before. Gotta find some time in my busy scavenging day to go out and make sure I write that check. For God's sakes.
So that's from the Democrats. The Republican side is much stronger, as you can imagine, on this. And they have their deal is they want criminalization of public drug use.
Yeah.
That's something that the Republican bill would do.
Yeah. Do it like the rest of us. Smoke your meth in the privacy of your own dwelling. My kid's senior project is more complete than the task force plan. Yeah.
Well, again, task force, they just suggest.
Yeah, just putting
They
things
get
out.
feedback and they sit around a table and they
That's right.
talk about it.
Blue ribbon fact-finding commission.
I just remember how scared I was, like in college, when it was still not legal to like smoke pot in public. Now, God, it's like we live in just a whole different matrix of a world because it doesn't matter. I mean,
Well,
that's
here
the
we
least
do.
of their problems.
We do here.
Yeah, here.
I once ruined my favorite pair of sweatpants because I had to shove a joint in there real quick.
That's awesome.
Why'd that ruin it?
Burn a hole. Burn a hole right through it.
Oh.
As if the cop was going to be super fooled by my clever ruse.
Hey, sir, your junk is smoking a little bit there.
Guy called me a dumbass and kept walking. I was like, sorry. Like some beat cop in Utah. I was like, hey, whatever, dumbass. Just kept walking.
All right, there's your In the News for Jan 23, 2024. We have 3 new members of the Baseball Hall of Fame, an NBA trade, and an NBA coach suddenly fired. Next on The Fan.
Made to Shine. Love stories from Shane Company customers.
My girlfriend and I survived a long-distance relationship.
Big Sook's right over there.
Yeah. Sending some ideas to the task force.
Yeah.
Trying to get on board. No one takes me seriously down there at City Hall, and they should. I got ideas.
Coming up tonight in the club, I was presented a check in the mail today, a random mail check.
Oh.
Which is always fun.
Yeah, sometimes I get those off of like the class action settlements.
Yeah, this one was for $92.17.
That's tasty right there.
And I want to tell you specifically about it because it's a bit of an in your face.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of excited about this.
$92.17. I will tell you about my newfound riches in the club.
I hope that you immediately turn around and you place a bet on one of the title games with that $92.
Sure.
You don't save found money.
It all goes into the same pool.
See, when I find money, I earmark that.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do. Like that's anytime I get like unexpected money, that immediately goes to something stupid and foolish. Not using that to pay a bill.
What else do I have? Oh, courtesy of the great Joe Fisher, show contributor Joe Fisher. Mm-hmm. We have yet another "Did they really need to turn the plane around?" incident.
I love that this has really become. I thought the muffler thing was your like gold standard in your platform, but
it is.
I really feel like this has become what you're known for. The ROP task force on turning planes around is really where you're shining.
It needs an overhaul.
Yeah.
And this one may be the worst one yet.
Ooh, interesting.
And what not to do when Chiefs fans die in your backyard. We'll have those items in the club.
Is poking with a stick on that list.
6 to 7. Up next, what to do with the fumble out of the end zone rule. I know you want to talk about that.
It is the one thing about the NFL that peeves me above all others.
And Aiden Childs reveals how Jonathan Smith left Oregon State. I don't know if you read did you read what he was saying?
I did not.
Yeah, he's talking.
We got some deets?
Yeah, he just kind of, broadly revealed how it all went down for him.
Yeah.
And, for the program.
Obviously, it went somewhat well because he went with him.
Yeah, he likes him.
Yeah.
But it is kind of odd when I read you the quotes. It's like, well, why do you like why do you like him? But he always wanted to play for him. He said he was always honest with him.
Well, like I saw today, like someone was posting, like I think pretty much every UW offensive lineman on the depth chart is left, and people are like, "What the hell? What's going on?" And someone correctly pointed out that so many times, especially with like offensive linemen, you often when you're getting recruited, you don't fall in love with the head coach. You fall in love with the position coach. You spend way more time with your position coach than you do a head coach. I mean, shoot, in my 5 years at BYU, I think I had 5 conversations with my head coach. I talked to my O-line coach every day. So when you not only you lose your head coach, but you lose your position coach, you can't fault someone. Like everyone thinks that these kids are committing because they love Seattle or they love Eugene or they love whatever. And so many times it's simply about relationships. You can find cool campus environments. You can find NIL and you can find pretty girls and classes anywhere. But what you see on a day-to-day basis and what has the biggest impact on your life is going to be your coaches. Do you like your strength and conditioning coach? Do you like your position coach? Do you like your head coach? And when those guys leave, there's no loyalty to the city of Seattle. I just think sometimes we just have our head buried in the sand about what 18 and 19-year-olds really think. I mean, we all need to grow up a little bit.
All right, right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Oh! Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Wait, that's not. Terry Rozier traded to Miami.
Yeah, Lowry and a first-round pick, I believe it was revealed.
So the Heat get another playmaker at guard for the from the Hornets. Yeah, Kyle Lowry, and he'll be bought out, and he'll go ring chasing.
Yeah, they said they'll either shop him or buy him out, and it saves the Heat a bunch of money too.
A 2027 first-round pick. Rozier's having a career year. He's averaging 23 points per game.
Yeah, it's a nice move, and Charlotte just absolutely stinks. Although they beat Minnesota. Karl Anthony Towns had 62 and lost to one of the worst teams in the NBA.
Yeah, didn't they blow like a 20-point lead or something?
How do you score 62 and lose to the Hornets of all teams?
The NBA is bananas.
It really is quite strange. Yeah, the Hornets are 10-31, by the way. Although Brandon Miller's having a nice year.
Number 4.
2024 Baseball Hall of Fame elections. We have 3 new members that will be inducted this summer. Adrian Beltre is in. He gets 95% of the vote. Also in, Twins catcher Joe Mauer and Rockies first baseman Todd Helton.
Joe Mauer, first-timer. And then Helton, well-deserved. Todd Helton was criminally underrated. Guy was great.
Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez both denied, neither even close. A couple of free agency signings. The Dodgers have landed the Big Maple. Do you remember him?
I do remember him.
James Paxton.
At one point, he was great, and then he went to New York and got hurt a bunch and disappeared.
1-year deal. And then whiff machine Joey Gallo is headed to the Nats. 1 year, $5 million. That guy's getting $5 million to strike out 500 times. Oh my God.
It's a hell of a time. Hell of a time to be a Major League Baseball player.
He's terrible.
I think there's NFL guys that are making like $2.5 million, just grinding. They look at that and like, really, $5 million?
There's NFL guys making 800,000. Looking at that, going, "What the hell? That guy's terrible."
Well,
I could strike out less than him.
Yeah, and the power numbers haven't been great lately either.
No, he's not any good. What were his numbers last year? You looking at his numbers?
I'm looking. He is hitting a career. He is hitting 197.
Dude, come on.
I'm pulling it up. Sorry.
The Raiders have their coach in Antonio Pierce. Now they're targeting a new GM. They are close to locking up former Chargers GM Tom Telesco.
Yeah, I thought Telesco did a nice job with the Chargers. I mean, obviously some of the injuries and the coaching decisions, but as far as draft picks go, did a nice job assembling that roster.
Eagles, as expected, fire offensive coordinator Brian Johnson. This after they let Sean Desai, their defensive coordinator, go.
Yeah, well, someone's got to take the fall. So when you have the worst collapse in NFL history, I can't believe they didn't fire Sirianni, to be honest with you. I mean, because he was a strange fit from the get-go. Just the last year saved his ass. You got to start asking the question, how much of that was coordinators? So there is not a coach on a hotter hot seat next year than Sirianni.
Last year with the Twins, 177, 21 home runs.
Hey, 21's better than I thought.
In 332 plate appearances.
Because when the Yankees got him a couple years ago, he was
Dude, that guy is so bad.
Well,
so bad.
He's managed to.
Why does he keep getting? I guess he's got a cannon out in the outfield, but
no, I mean,
$5 million. My God.
Well, 1 year he hit 38.
Yeah, he hit a buck. He hit a buck 99 that year.
Yeah, dude, he doesn't hit over 200.
And he only had 99 hits out of 653 at bats. It doesn't matter if they're homers. Get him off the field.
We found a Schulte platform.
There you go. Schulte's pissed.
According to NFL Network, Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are within striking distance of a deal. Word is they've handed him a very strong financial offer. Now the sides just need to agree on a GM and who fills out his staff. Meanwhile, Titans' new coach is Bengals offensive coordinator Brian Callahan, which means all 32 teams will now have replaced their offensive coordinator since the start of the 2022 season.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is just a rotating door, because either you get blown out after a year a la Brian Johnson, or you get elevated after a year or two when you're the next man up.
Milwaukee Bucks are on pace for over 60 wins, but today they fired their coach.
He gone.
Adrian Griffin let go with a record of 30-13. They're number 2 in the East.
Yeah, it is. He bumped heads with Stotts at the beginning of the year. The players have openly questioned him multiple times this year. The defensive rating absolutely stinks. And then Giannis came out today and flat out said that the locker room lost faith in him, that they thought that they were winning despite him. So, Joe Prunty takes over in the meantime. Sounds like they're reaching out to Doc Rivers. 2 other names that have popped up. The great Nate McMullen.
Yes.
And
yes.
Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah, he always gets mentioned, but he hasn't coached for 30 years.
He just keeps getting thrown out there. But look, someone's going to inherit a roster that is able to win an NBA title. I mean, that's a sweet job if you can land it.
Your Blazers are 2-touchdown underdogs tonight in Oklahoma City. The Thunder have already walloped the Zers twice this season. winning by 43 the first time. We thought that was bad.
Yeah.
The second time, they beat them by 62.
What's the spread on these? You said 14?
14. 2 teddies.
Have you ever felt better about laying 14 points? Like what?
No, I don't think you...
Is there a big revenge factor here? You get
they're already down by 9.
Perfect. What's the score? I didn't even know it was
16 to 7, 8 minutes to go in the first quarter.
What?
It's up to 18-9 now, you jerk.
Oh, thank you. 18 to 9, excuse me.
Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victorino's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. All right, fumbles out of the end zone. What the hell? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Duck fans,
criticism comes out, and I am speaking of the play where a player fumbles in the field of play through the end zone, out on the side or out in the back, and the defense gets a touchback.
It's the most punitive play in all of sports. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's the only place on the entire field where this happens. Everyone thinks it's dumb, basically, in the NFL, and yet it never changes. And normally when, whether it's a horse collar tackle, and I get those are injuries, but, even a PI call, remember the Saints in the playoffs, and they did that rule for a year, or, what is or isn't a catch. It kind of blows me away that you're right, and that it doesn't happen all the time, but it is a frequent occurrence. And every time it happens, especially in big games, it is brought up, but nothing is ever done about it. And I'm, unfortunately with this Chiefs one, because the Chiefs won the game, it's going to take something like that where a team like Kansas City and Mahomes loses a game because of something like this, and then maybe they'll take action. But it's the dumbest thing in the world. At any other point on the field, if you fumble a ball and it goes out of bounds, the other team doesn't get it. It's like I fumble the ball, there's no recovery, and not only that, but they get it at the 20. They get to advance it. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, last year, I don't know who the head cheese is at the NFL about all this stuff, but they asked him, and he said there's no momentum at all to change this rule. Last year he said that. Yeah. Now ESPN is reporting that after the Mecole Hardman one, it will almost certainly be a rule change. They are going to change it.
The idea was always that you don't want people just, no matter what, extending the ball.
Yeah, just fumbled at no consequence.
Yeah. So you guys have people all willy-nilly. But again, that's so dumb. As if anyone's going to be like, well, I guarantee this fumble's going through the end zone. I mean, that's just such a silly thing. But Hardman's, he wasn't reaching. Hardman's, and it was just so razor thin about whether that was or wasn't a fumble, and it ended up dribbling out there. And really, it gave Buffalo life. I mean, that seals the game for Kansas City. And so maybe that's the one, is because he wasn't reaching for it. It was just kind of one of those fluke things that happened. But the fear-mongering of the idea that anyone getting near the goal line is now just going to willy-nilly just fling the ball towards the goal line, consequences be damned. Like, how stupid do you have to be to think that?
So what should it be?
I go, if it's not a clear recovery, it goes like I do not understand. So there's 100 yards on the field, and if it's fumbled anywhere else and it goes out of bounds, it just goes back to where you fumbled. So if you're on the 2-yard line and you fumble it through the back of the end zone and the other team doesn't recover it, you get the ball on the 2.
Okay. So you don't even think it should be penalized at all?
Well, why is it not penalized anywhere else on the field?
Well, because the end zone's different. I mean, I think that would be the... Well, it is. It's points as opposed to just, a yard or two. I mean, the goal line is obviously a very different area than the, 40 or whatever. Yeah. So I think there would probably be some momentum to make it penal in some way. In other words, a couple of things I've read. One person suggested a loss of down.
I could see that.
Another suggested the offense keeps the ball, or whoever fumbled keeps the ball, but you go back to the 20.
Yeah.
So something like that is a little bit more palatable, I think, than just
no penalty.
No penalty at all.
Well, that's fine. If you want to have something punitive, I guess I'd be, if you want to, I don't know about 20, because again, there's no 20-yard penalty unless you're talking about pass interference. So, which is a spot foul. Look, if you want it to be a 5 or a 10-yard penalty, I mean, I guess, but I just do not understand for the life of me why, if you fumble the ball, it is upon the defense to recover it in order for the defense to be rewarded with it. Whereas in this case, that one area, now we're like, well, you fumble the ball, screw you. The defense doesn't have to do anything. In fact, the defense can just kick the damn thing out of bounds. They don't have to recover it.
What if you change it all and the ball goes out of bounds, the defense gets it, but their new line of scrimmage is the back of the end zone, right under the goalpost.
You have to get 10 yards.
You running a play from the end zone?
Yes.
Well, I guess
change everything.
This would be my one. If you are insistent on this being a turnover, then the new offense who
gets it at the 1,
wherever you fumble it.
Yeah.
You fumble it at the 3. That's where the fumble was.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
That's where you get it.
I don't mind that.
So at least then you say that there is it's not just just here's a free 20 yards. At least then the new defense has a chance to, to pin you. I mean, that's the whole point of going for it on fourth down at the 1 or whatever, is if you don't get it, you pin the team, and there's a good chance of you getting it back and play field position. It's hard to go 93 or 95, 98 yards or whatever. That would be the bare minimum that I would be on board with. And not that my opinion matters. I just think it's silly that the rule exists everywhere else, and it's the exact same. Then we get to the goal line, and then it's a magical thing.
Well, the goal line is different. As someone points out, you get sacked in the end zone, it's 2 points and the ball. Anywhere else, it's just a sack. So they're obviously... I mean, there's definitely a difference.
Well, again, I guess I would say that's slightly different because, again, you can't just run out of the back of the end zone forever. There does have to be a limit. I think that's a little bit of apples to oranges. I mean, I kind of get where you're going, where you're going with that, but that seems very, I don't know. I just don't think those things are related. Of course, the end zone is different, but being so punitive without the defense doing anything. I mean, I guess you're forced to fumble, but just the idea of you dropping the ball and then giving it to the defense and then getting them on the 20, not on board.
I think there's a way to make it better, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's quite as dumb as you do, but I get it. It could be better. I don't necessarily know exactly what that is, but all the suggestions all have, that we've been mentioning here have merit.
I feel like there's a few rules that you could fix in the NFL, this being one of them if you brought the Rouge in from the CFL, which is a 1-point play, essentially. I mean, why not? I'd love it. The offense keeps the ball. However, the defense is awarded a point. So you move them back to the 3 or wherever the ball went, the player was out of bounds or down, but then the defense gets a point. Like that really...
That's what they do in the CFL?
There's a couple of situations where I can't remember the exact play, but like either a change of possession or some kind of special thing happens, they get a Rouge, which is a 1-point score, and it happens in like 3 or 4 different situations, and I do feel like that's an incentive here in the NFL. Yeah, let the offense keep the ball, but how many times have we seen points, 1 or 2 or 3 decide a game? That point is meaningful.
I can't say I knew that about the CFL.
I didn't know that either.
Schulte with hot CFL talk.
Love that.
That would be interesting, and I don't think anyone would ever be on board with it.
They would never do that.
But that would be...
Or you take a point away from the team that fumbled it. They wouldn't. I tell you what, they'd hold on to that damn ball.
Yeah.
Especially in a close game.
This is like the definition in Canadian football: a single point or Rouge is a 1-point score awarded for certain plays that involve the ball being kicked into the end zone or not returned from it. So I feel like right around the end zone here, this is kind of this availability for a Rouge style point in the NFL.
Well, someone did point out on the Vancouver Vortex line that the overtime rule was specifically changed because of the Chiefs and Bills. And wouldn't that be something if we see this rule change simply because of Chiefs Bills?
Was that the coin toss thing?
Yeah. Yeah, well, where both teams get a chance. Because remember, in that one, the 13-second game, Mahomes gets it, drives down, field goal, thanks for coming,
Well, no, the field goal.
The field goal went to overtime, but then, the Bills never got to touch the ball after that. And now we're guaranteed
That's what changed that?
That's what changed it. Yeah, now you're guaranteed a chance to touch the ball. Yeah.
I don't remember that one being the one that, as a matter of fact, until I rewatched it today, I saw somebody posted the clip of the way that game ended. And by the way, that's one of the greatest finishes in NFL history.
Yeah.
When the 13-second Bills-Chiefs game.
I still can't believe that they gave that up.
I had forgotten that the kick was only to tie. Not to win.
Yeah, they were down by 3, and it was a 50+ yard kick. By someone, I don't remember who it was. Might have been Dirt and Sprague, or maybe it was Colin. Someone was talking about that today. I forget who it was, but was this is kind of was my point with the whole Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes thing, and like, oh, Josh Allen can't beat Patrick Mahomes. It's like the Tom Brady. How many of Tom Brady's games were saved by Gakowski, or is it Adam Vinatieri was the other one? Is it Steven? Was it
Gostkowski?
Right? Like, if those kicks don't go in, is Tom Brady any less of a quarterback? No.
Hell yeah.
But we certainly view him differently. Jim Kelly, if Scott Norwood kicks it a foot to the left, is Jim Kelly viewed differently? I think so, because he's Super Bowl champion. So, like, with Buffalo, they missed their kick, and who knows how that game would have played out. But now we're like, oh, yeah, Josh Allen, he can't win. Well, he would have beaten Patrick Mahomes if Bucker hadn't made a 53, 54-yard field goal there because Josh Allen then wins and goes on and plays for, an AFC title and maybe wins the Super Bowl, and we're not having this conversation. So many times it is these weird little things like kickers that decide legacies. But yeah, after the 2022, it did, the NFL changed their overtime to allow both teams to possess the ball. And that was one of those that afterwards they found it. Everyone was enraged and that Josh Allen, that's this great quarterback and this great route, Allen never had a chance. They lost.
Changed it before that. I thought it was that Peyton Manning Super Bowl, wasn't it? Or
2022.
They tweak it.
2022 was changed to allow both teams to possess the ball in the extra period.
Yeah, but before that they'd already changed it once, right?
I think
they changed it to you have to. I think you get the ball if the other team doesn't score 7 or something.
Was that then?
Wasn't that it?
It might have been tweaked that if you kick a field goal, you no longer win the game. But yeah, in 2022, after the Allen,
no, I get that. I just think that they changed it. I thought they tweaked it twice.
I do think they tweaked it twice,
because there was the Peyton Manning Super Bowl where Peyton Manning didn't get to touch the. Maybe it was a Super Bowl, it was a playoff game, and he didn't get to touch the ball in the overtime, and everybody freaked out about that, and they changed it.
I will do a little dive here and get you a definitive answer on that.
Hey, and how about this? Give me the right answer this time, okay?
Did I give you the wrong answer last time?
Well, Adrian Beltre.
That's true, but you didn't ask for
Marty Schottenheimer.
You didn't ask for that.
We trust you. You're a trusted research department at 1080 The Fan. We need this to be right.
That wasn't a research department. That was just me off the top of my head. But now I'm actually going to do some research into it.
Also, Aiden Childs reveals how Jonathan Smith left Oregon State. That's coming up. But first, Schulte with Sports Center.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Toro Mexican Kitchen. Transport yourself to Baja, Mexico with delicious regional dishes and cocktails. Book your table today at ToroPDX.com. First on The Fan, the Portland Trail Blazers on the court again right now. They're on the road in Oklahoma City facing off against the Thunder. Looks like the first quarter just wrapping up. Jabari Walker hitting a three near the end of the quarter, but they still lose at this point. Oklahoma City leading 38-28. Looks like your leading scorer for Portland so far. Malcolm Brogdon with 8. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way for the Thunder with 10. On to other reports out of the association. It looks like the Milwaukee Bucks have fired head coach Adrian Griffin in his first season, despite being tied for the second best record in the league. At this point, Joe Prunty's going to take over on an interim basis, but reports are emerging that Doc Rivers is an early candidate for the full-time gig. A trade happening today as well. The Miami Heat flipping point guard Kyle Lowry and a first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Terry Rozier. And moving on to the association, Pro Football Talk reporting former Seahawks coach Pete Carroll is making a push for the Chargers head coaching vacancy, though Mike Garofalo says that Los Angeles and Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh are in striking distance on a contract. The 2024 Baseball Hall of Fame class announced today. Third baseman Adrian Beltre and catcher Joe Mauer voted in on their first ballot ever. First baseman Todd Helton making it on his 6th. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to the Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook, powered by BetMGM, for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Daily Boost is the podcast for in-depth analysis on the sports betting landscape. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Chance at 70. Embiid. Coast to coast for 70.
How about Maxey? Aware of the moment and gets the rebound and gives it to him immediately.
Joel Embiid had a 70 last night.
That's pretty good.
And unlike Cat, he actually won the game.
Anthony Towns scored 62 and lost to the Hornets. Embiid dropped a 70 burger, although I'm not sure who's crappier, the Spurs or the Hornets, but, at least the Sixers won.
System checks at 14 area locations. Battery Exchange with an X.com.
Aloha, sports fans. It's Marcus from the 808. How's it, cuz? You busy? Been working too much? Running all around town trying to keep up with the keikis? Shoot, bro. Take a break with 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Get some island kind grinds like the Korean chicken, loco moco, or brah, even that Aina burger, Soul Ono. And don't forget the Mai Tais, Pina Coladas, or a couple Hawaiian brews. Relax and check out 808 on Burnside, Woodstock, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. I'm Marcus. A hui ho. Mahalo.
Vicks Vapo Stick delivers soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vape.
It's tricky. It is tricky. I think Schulte did that on purpose.
I see.
We're being tricked by the OT rule changes in the NFL.
All right, so this is the history. 1974, the NFL adopts sudden death. Okay. And then they did change in 2016. They went from 15 minutes down to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you could have ties and all that. But
that was player safety.
Player safety, right? So in March of 2010, so 13 years ago, 2010. I guess not 2010. 2010.
2010? You're doing great.
In March of 2010, the NFL owners amended the overtime rules, and that was where both teams get a possession, unless the team that gets the ball first scores a touchdown.
Okay.
If you get the ball first and you score a touchdown, game's over.
And okay, so that was in 2010.
2010.
So what I'm thinking of, I looked up, the game was in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when the Chargers beat the Colts because they scored a touchdown on the opening possession of overtime.
Yeah.
So I was thinking that changed the rule, but it didn't. That was just everybody bitching about, Peyton Manning should, because he was at the Colts. Peyton Manning should have been able to touch the ball. So they didn't change anything after that.
Yeah, and 2017 was also the first time Super Bowl went into overtime, and that was Patriots-Falcons. But the Patriots scored a touchdown on the initial possession.
Yep.
Falcons never got the ball.
Yeah, didn't change the rule.
Now in 2022, they changed it again. Yeah. Now this doesn't include regular season.
This is only
playoffs. Only playoffs. And this is based on the Josh Allen one.
Playoffs?
That in 2022, no matter what in the postseason, both teams get to touch the ball. Still, in the regular season, you get the ball first, you go down, score a touchdown, game's over.
Yeah.
In the postseason, if a team goes down, scores a touchdown, the other team has to go down and score a touchdown. And if so, it keeps going back and forth.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans forgot that.
Yeah.
Because we just don't see a lot of overtime playoff games.
Yeah, believe me, we have plenty of people texted in saying both teams, you don't get to touch the ball.
No, they do.
Guaranteed. In the postseason, they do. And that was a direct result of the Josh Allen, Patrick
Which was
Mahomes.
only, I mean, we haven't had an overtime playoff game since that game, have we?
I don't know.
We didn't have one last year.
We haven't had one so far.
We haven't had one this year.
Yeah. So
it's only been last season and this.
But yes. And
since that changed.
Because the outrage was Allen was such a great player, and because of a coin toss, and that he never got a chance. So that has been tweaked. So just FYI, postseason, no matter what, both quarterbacks will get a crack.
So they changed the overtime rule to you have to score a touchdown in order to end the game.
Mm-hmm.
They did that a lot longer ago than I thought. That was 2010.
I would have thought that was more like 2015, 2017, but no, 2010. So there you go. There is your official history
because before
of the NFL rule changes.
Before 2010, it was sudden death. Mm-hmm. You just any score 3 points and you win the game.
Thanks for coming.
God, that was so stupid.
Yes, because and they only did the postseason one recently. I was reading about it. They said it very much. It's funny, and I remember talking about this on the air now. The numbers in the regular season don't skew that much. The coin toss doesn't decide the game in an overwhelming fashion. It does behoove you to win the toss, but in the postseason, it's astronomical. The team that gets it first is like 11-2. So I think that's the other reason why they
wonder why
they changed it. I don't know
why it's so different in the postseason,
but it is. I was reading about that, and I do remember us having that conversation when they changed the rule. Is looking at the regular season versus the postseason. The postseason is way skewed, and then the idea that in the postseason the stakes are higher, and the theater, and you want your star players to have a crack at it, like Josh Allen, who lost the game on a coin flip.
It is interesting. Brady did it to Kansas City too.
Yeah,
in that Chris Jones game.
Yeah,
wasn't it Chris Jones? Or no, it wasn't Chris Jones.
Was it Frank Clark?
Yeah, the guy who was offsides.
That jumped offsides.
Yeah, they got the ball in overtime and went down, scored a touchdown, ended that game.
Yeah, Super Bowl as well against the Falcons after the big comeback.
So if you think about those two games right there, if the rules are different, maybe they have two less. You know what? They weren't any good. I think that's what we've decided. Luck. This
is ridiculous.
Patriots weren't any good.
Well, dude, there are so many. Like Tom Brady has 7 Super Bowls, and outside, I got to look them all up now. Outside of the Tampa Bay one, which they hammered the Chiefs, and the Chiefs could do nothing. They had no offensive linemen. How many of those Brady Super Bowls, including the losses? Right, he has 3 losses: Philly and the 2 Giants games. Any one of those, especially the David Tyree catch, that should have been Tom. I mean, that should have been the perfect season. You make that play 100 times, David Tyree catches it twice, right? And that's the end of the game. Like, the Patriots complete their perfect season. But again, I go back to the Vinatieri field goals. And like, how many of those games were won by 3 points on field goals? And again, that had nothing to do with Tom Brady.
I think that first win over the Rams was, right?
Yeah.
A game-winning field goal.
Yeah.
And then you have the Seahawks play.
Yes, that's the best one. If Russ just turns around and hands the ball off, he doesn't have that one. So, I mean, you could easily say that he won 3 based on something that he really didn't have a part of, field goals and the fumbles. But you could say that the other ones, if the defense makes one play, then he wins those 3.
They had no other blowouts in the Super Bowl?
I think the Carolina one wasn't a blowout, but I think it was like maybe 10 points-ish.
Was that Jake Delhomme?
That was Jake Delhomme. I'll look it up, but I do know that the Chiefs one was pretty against the Bucs, but the Patriot ones were almost all close, if I remember correctly. But now, again, I'm going to have to do the research department and go back and look that up.
You should get paid extra.
Probably not.
Yeah, you're right.
So we got 2017. That was the one they beat the Rams.
By a field goal.
The Carolina Panthers, 32-29.
Oh, closer than I thought.
The Eagles, 24-21. The Seahawks, 28-24. The Falcons was the overtime game. And then the Rams was 13-3. So, I mean, those are all close games. And then, of course, we had the Buccaneers one. So... Yeah, those are all...
They dominated that last Rams game.
Yeah, the Rams had nothing, but you know, you want.
And then the second Eagles one where the Eagles beat them, that was the Foles play.
Yeah. I mean, those are, and then of course the Giants won, the David Tyree won, and
I don't remember the other one.
But I mean, it was a close game. But I mean, that's how weird these legacies are. That I mean, Tom Brady obviously had a lot to do with those, but
I think he's kind of the bum.
So many of those games easily could have gone the other way. I mean, for God's sakes, the Tuck rule, right? If that he's not even in that.
Was
Super
that
Bowl.
the Rams Super Bowl?
I think that was the first one against the Raiders, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the Rams. They played the Rams.
Oh yeah, but when they played
Tuck rule was against the
Raiders.
Yeah.
But you think about it, Tom Brady easily could have 10 Super Bowls, or he could have 3.
Aiden Childs reveals how Jonathan Smith left Oregon State. Quotes next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Bo Nix and Bucky Irving both named first-team academic All-Americans today.
That's pretty cool.
They are the third pair in Ducks history to be awarded this honor, the others being Joey Harrington and Ryan Schmidt, along with Steve Barnett and Ed Thomas in 1962.
I don't remember the first pair.
Wait, are you saying quarterback-running back duo? Is that what you're saying?
I think you're saying Ducks.
In history. Just in Ducks
2?
duo.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well,
3 times a duo.
Well, kudos to the smart kids. Go Bucky and go Bo.
I would have guessed more. That's disappointing. I'm disappointed in the Ducks.
I think it's hard.
All of you.
I think it's hard to be an academic All-American.
Except for those 6. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
Yeah. The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt. It's like a PSA out there. This dude's the last pick of the draft, 7th round, in his second
was reading this in the Oregonian, or is it Oregon Live, from Nick Daschel. He had this little bit about Aiden Childs, who's now at Michigan State with Jonathan Smith.
Mm-hmm.
He's the quarterback.
He was going to be the future of the Oregon State program.
Yeah, he went with Smith. He is speaking about how it all went down.
Yeah.
And this pertains to nothing because it's over and we all kind of know what happened anyway.
Sure.
But he said 2 weeks before the end of the regular season, Oregon State freshman quarterback Aiden Childs walked into Coach Jonathan Smith's office with the question, "Are you leaving?" 2 weeks. So who were they playing before the Civil War?
Dad, are you and Mom getting divorced? No, son. Who were they playing? I'll look that up for you.
Trying to remember what that
I actually
game.
asked that question, and my mom's answer was, "We'll talk about it in our family meeting later." And I'm like, "Oh God,
wow,
this got awkward quick."
Hey-o! If the answers scare you,
So he said,
questions.
This is his quote. He said, 2 weeks before the Oregon game, I went in to talk to Coach Smith about everything. I just wanted to hear, are you leaving or not?
Would have been Stanford, by the way.
Stanford game?
Yeah. Stanford or Colorado, depending on,
And no focus needed for either of those, right?
Yeah, didn't they?
The Colorado one, Colorado came back, and then Stanford, they beat like 62 to whatever, 17.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
To think now that Smith was 1 foot out the door even then.
Well, because the talk was that it was the Arizona game, the bye week, which would have been October 21st, that's when
he went and visited.
The mutual flirtation started happening, and depending on who you believe, he had 1 foot out the door with the Arizona game, and that's what had rubbed some people the wrong way.
So he said, 2 weeks before the Oregon game, I went in and talked to Coach about everything. I just wanted to hear, are you leaving or not? We talked about it, and it wasn't like anything serious. Then, a week before the Oregon game, he doesn't tell us he's leaving. He just tells us to focus on what we have to focus on now.
AKA, I'm leaving.
That's what we tried to do, but a lot of people didn't believe in everything that was going on. Then, the day after the game, we had a team meeting, and he's announced that he's leaving.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Childs said a lot of people didn't like it, a lot of mixed emotions, a lot of people unsure of what they were going to do in the future. It was something that you just didn't think would happen because alma mater, he'd been here 6 years. But it happens. It's a business, and at the end of the day, we can do nothing about it. He said everything that went down with the Pac-12, it made the decision a little easier for everyone. But it was for sure hard for Coach Smith to take that job. You just don't leave your alma mater like that. It's a hard decision. Playing in front of 75,000, 80,000 compared to 30,000, and then the love and support you get in East Lansing and how invested everyone is, that's what Smith sold him on. He said he didn't really have to sell me too much. I wanted to play for him.
By the way, granted, that's a guy that went with. I'm guessing if you asked Damian Martinez, he might have different feelings about that. He chose to stay, but Martinez got the bag too. But I actually think that's a pretty intelligent, emotionally stable response.
Well, he did say he lied to him.
Yeah.
He didn't really lie, but he couldn't
him.
tell them that he was leaving. So he said, let's just focus on what we can focus on, which is basically saying I'm leaving.
Yeah.
So that's interesting that Childs he just wasn't bothered by that.
But I think he wasn't bothered because he was going with. And again, I think the players that stayed are going to say that they were bothered by that more than the ones that left. And I do think that in today's transfer portal, so I went through a coaching change, but Lavelle announced my junior year that it was his last year. But there were rumors even the year before that he may be stepping down. But the funny thing was in the olden days, when Lavelle left, I'm telling you, no one thought about leaving. It just wasn't a thought.
Well, BYU's a little different, isn't it? Because LDS thing.
Not believe me. Under today's thing, dude, we would have fled like rats. But I didn't know.
Well, I know, but back then.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing. We thought maybe Norm Chow, who was our OC, was going to get promoted. And then I remember when I found out that Gary Croton was our head coach, when I found that out was when they had a meeting and they were like, hey, this is Gary Croton. And my first question was, who the hell's Gary Croton? What? This is my coach? I had no idea. But the thought of leaving wasn't even a thing. No one left. But in today's world, in the transfer portal, I think more kids are going to have the Aiden Childs approach because at the end of every year now, almost every kid on the roster that has an option at the end of the year has to take a step back and assess his situation. The report that came out about Saban, did you hear that about the straw that broke the back?
Mm-mm.
The day after the Rose Bowl, the loss, or was it? Did they play in the Rose Bowl? Or did they play in the? Yeah, they played in the Rose Bowl against Michigan. I couldn't remember because Washington played in the Sugar Bowl. So the day after that Rose Bowl game, they fly back to Alabama, and I guess a dozen players, and this has been confirmed, a dozen players showed up at Saban's office saying, "I need more." And Saban had already been kind of thinking about it. And I guess that was the one where he was like, yeah, I'm not. Like, you just got done with a great season. He thought it was one of the best coaching jobs that he had done. And he's worried about recruiting all that. And you get 12 players, and not insignificant players either. And some players that had never played a down that came in and was like, well, coach, I love it here. And I know we were a game away from national title, but I'm gonna need some more. And they were like, we know what our options are. And they presented him supposedly with other offers that they had gotten elsewhere. And Saban's like, I'm done with this. So when players are doing that every offseason, I think it's going to be harder and harder for players to then be indignant and pissy about a coach lying to them for a month.
Yeah, I can see that.
When Aiden Childs or whoever, you're telling me that on November 4th that someone isn't in his ear being like, hey, man, the Pac-12's collapsing. Your coach may be gone. You didn't get to play this year. We think you're better than DJ anyways. By the way, we got 4 deals for about $1.2 million waiting for you, and these are your options. Of course that's happening. So it's. I think back in the day, it was easier for players to be pissy about their coach abandoning them. But in this world, I think less and less players are going to be able to stand on the high horse because they're doing it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. That's a good point. I would say, though, for all the fans who are being so fanny and saying, oh, Jonathan Smith's such a schmuck, and this goes to Washington fan with DeBoer, and like, how about take a cue from the kid who's 20 years old and how he handled that, right?
Yeah.
Like, even he understands, what is the coach supposed to tell me? I mean, there's no easy way to handle that situation. Ultimately, what he said was, and this is his final quote, Aiden Childs, to Nick Dash, or on Oregon Live. He said, the reason I went to Oregon State, they were the most honest coaching staff with me. They told me exactly what I wanted to hear. Secondly, after the spring ball, I was doing pretty good. I started feeling myself a little bit. Then fall camp came around, and it was rough. I would go into Coach Smith and say, I'm not feeling myself right now. I'm not feeling how I should be performing. He just talked me through everything. He showed me that he's a genuine guy, and he really cares about you as a person and not just a player. That really stuck with me, and we've had a strong bond since then.
It wasn't about Oregon State. It was about Jonathan Smith.
But the same thing with DeBoer. It's like two things can be true.
Yeah.
Those guys can be really honest, genuine men and leaders. DeBoer, Smith, both are and were. But yet still turn around and tomorrow be gone out the door.
Yeah.
And I know that hurts your feelings, your little sports fan feelings, but that's just the business part. It doesn't mean they're a schmuck. Yeah. It doesn't mean they're disingenuous. It doesn't mean they didn't mean anything that they ever said. I think that's so stupid how fans jump down coaches' throats. What do you want them to do? They got a better offer. The Pac-12 is gone. Well, I guess in DeBoer's situation, it's not like that. But with Jonathan Smith, dude, these guys, there's no easy way to handle these situations. And when they do handle it as best they can, and I think Jonathan Smith certainly did, I don't know about DeBoer, but it seems like he's a pretty genuine and honest guy. He got a better offer.
Yep.
We got to stop tearing him down for that. You do the same thing. And the 20-year-old kid even understands that. Maybe fans should take a page out of his book.
The problem that fans are going to have, and there's no good solution to it, but you start talking to Michigan State and you lose to Arizona. And then at the end of the year, you're already gone no matter what, and you lose those 2 games. And then with DeBoer, Again,
it's just the nature of the way the system works.
The system works, but DeBoer is in the midst of a run for a national championship, and a month left in the season when they're undefeated and with a real shot at that thing, DeBoer turns down one of the richest contract offers in Pac-12 history. And so there's this sense of you're going to try to win a national title, but you still don't want to be here. And that just... The fill-ins that are going to get hurt on that, I don't know how you.
I get it, but they're just children. Yes. You're being a child. Yeah. Grow up. Yeah. Understand. It's in the end. At the end, it's just business.
Yeah.
It just is. Yeah. It's not anything you did. Yeah. He almost won you a damn national championship, and you'd freaking love him. Fell a little short, but I mean, like if he's so checked out, how did they win the semifinal game?
Yeah.
I mean, fans are so stupid and childish.
Feelings get hurt.
Grow up with your little kid feelings. It's football.
You ever seen anyone get divorced? How many divorces are handled maturely?
That's real life. This is football. Yeah. Grow up.
Yeah, but for some of these kids, this is their whole life, and it's the closest thing they've ever had to any sort of commitment.
Kids, yes.
But fans.
Fan? No.
That's true.
Get a life.
Jim in Tuscaloosa.
God.
That's true. That's true.
All right, the club is next. We've got yet another. Joe Fisher sent me this, and I can't believe it, but we've turned another plane around.
Well, my new platform is going to be turn the plane around. I'm going to be the anti-Rob. I'm running against your platform.
You are never going to win anything.
I'm going to run on loud mufflers and turn the damn plane around.
That's next on The Fan. Bet the Blazers.
Yeah, they're winning at the half, man.
Yeah, so they lost by 43 and 62 to Oklahoma City.
What's the line right now?
And they are now beating them at halftime in Oklahoma City. So the live line. So the score is 66-58.
Up by 8.
The Blazers are plus 4.5.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you can get OKC. Now you got to lay 120, but you can get OKC at minus 4.5 right now, or just 238 on the money line.
I will gladly take that. You're giving me 4 right now.
Take what? Which side?
Oh, Oklahoma City.
Oh,
Oklahoma City. You're telling me Oklahoma City isn't going to win by 4 points? I'll go ahead and
maybe not.
I'll go ahead and lay that.
Well, it's 4.5. It's 5.
So now 5. Yeah, I'll go ahead and grab that right now. Sorry. Again, something tells me in the second half we might see. I know Oklahoma City doesn't care, but at some point pride's going to kick in, right? At some point.
Well, I don't know. Didn't Detroit rise up and beat somebody the other night?
Did they? Someone good? Well, I mean, the Blazers beat the Pacers, and the Pacers are pretty good.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City's a bit of a different animal.
Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Chet's got 4 points.
Is he even playing? How many minutes is he?
He's played 12 minutes. So he's played 12 minutes. He shot the ball twice.
Hey, man. Zers are hot.
Yeah, SGA, he's 5 of 13. Oh, look, I guarantee they're coming back. Maybe Giddey's all distracted now that his legal troubles are over. He's back playing with teenagers again. You see that no charges are filed because the family's not going to cooperate.
Who we talking about?
Josh Giddey. He was stupid like a
ridiculous.
he was stupid like a 15 or 16-year-old.
He just paid him off, huh?
Absolutely. She's the one that She was the one that was tweeting stuff out. Yeah. He's like, I could go to prison over this. And she's like, I'll be taking some money now.
He looks like Gavin Rossdale to me.
Yeah, he does. 100% I can see that.
Every time I see him, I think he's going to break out into song.
Weird looking dude.
What was their big hit? Glycerine, was that it?
Glycerine, Machine Head.
Yeah. I was thinking Scott Stapp, but he's Creed. By the way, I saw Scott Stapp at A&A on Sunday.
Why?
We were at Michael Jordan Steakhouse, so we were like, what the hell? We'll go check it out. And let me tell you something. If you get an opportunity, not to see Creed, but if you ever get a chance to see Scott Stapp in a ballroom, let me tell you, the people watching alone, first off, the concert was like 60 minutes. That thing was over by like 8:15.
Was he good? He can sing, right?
Yeah. He can sing.
Does he sing higher? Can you take? He does?
Yes.
Nice.
He played for like an hour and 10 minutes.
I'd be pissed if he didn't.
I only knew 2 songs, the arms wide open.
Under the sunlight.
And my buddy turned to me and goes, I don't know the words to any of this, and yet I can sing along to every single word. It's like the whole TED thing. All you have to do is go, hey, ha, and then but the crowd, he's into Jesus.
Yeah.
So after every song, you're going to get this. One, he's got a new album out, in case you didn't know. It's called Higher Power, and it's on Spotify and iTunes and all that. He lets you know literally after every song.
That's why he's there. He's promoting.
Higher Power. And he also lets you know that every song of his was meant to connect fathers to sons, mothers to daughters, us all together. A lot of healing power, a lot of belief, and then you have to put your hand on your chest and then put your hand to the sky. You got to do that a lot. And apparently he has carpal tunnel because he was wearing a wrist brace as well. It was amazing. We also played the over-under on number of black people in the crowd. That line was set at 1.5.
Over or under?
We bet $5 on that. I took the under. Would you care to guess?
A Creed concert?
Well, it's not Creed. It's Scott Stapp.
Scott Stapp.
I'm going to say under.
I am the proud owner of a $5 bill. Didn't find a one.
Yeah.
Not a single one. But it was, in fact, I just turned around and was watching the crowd like 90% of the time. And then at one point I got up to leave because I was just going to go to the bathroom.
Were you guys front row, like throwing your panties up there?
Yeah, we were like third row. We were, at one point I got up to leave, like, because I was like, all right, I'm done with this. And I was going to Irish exit. But then on our way out, they opened higher. And I was like, what, the concert's over already? And indeed it was. I've never been to a concert, no opening act, no nothing. He got up there, played for his hour and whatever, and then he was out of there.
It's all that's in the contract.
Yeah, it was, boy, I'll tell you what, it was fascinating. But there were people there. I don't know how many that place. It wasn't sold out, but it was a good crowd. I'd say 2,500 people up there. And for the 2,500 people that were there, boy, they loved them some Scott Stapp.
He's got an audience.
He's got an audience.
He uses that Jesus thing
yes,
to his advantage.
Lot of women with angel wings on their back. Got a lot of those.
Were there hots? A bunch of hots?
Not the worst character of fans.
No.
Middle-aged hots?
No.
Not like a country show or anything?
No.
So you mean women that shouldn't have the tattoos of wings on their back?
Oh, no. I'm not saying tattoos. Just a lot of T-shirts and hooded sweatshirts with bedazzled angel wings.
Did we have many dudes in the audience at all?
Lots of dudes.
Yeah?
Lots of dudes. Let's just say that my beard was the smallest one in the crowd. There was that.
A lot of insurrectionists.
Yeah. Look, we know where everyone was voting in that crowd.
Yeah, he's got the right.
Lot of quarter zips. A lot of quarter zips from Costco. Definitely a lot of those. Very middle-aged, middle America. It was something. I'm not going to say that I enjoyed Scott Stapp. But the concert experience itself, had it gone on for more than an hour, again, I'm out of there. But an hour while you're already up there eating dinner at MJ Steakhouse, which was delightful, by the way. Yeah. Why not?
So he sang with arms wide open.
Yeah.
And he sang Higher.
Yes, which are the only two songs that I was aware of. And then he must have played at least 6 songs that I heard. This is off the new album, Higher Power.
And nobody cares. At least about the songs off the new album anyways.
It didn't feel like anyone cared, but at the same time, I think the crowd was just waiting to hear Arms Wide Open. And before that, he gave a very impassioned speech about how that this was going to bring the world together and that me and my son were going to have some sort of bond over that. So I was a little upset that my son wasn't there with me because now I don't get to feel the closeness to my son. By listening to Scott Stapp sing with Arms Wide Open.
I think it's amazing you were there. I also think it's amazing that I was not there. Because I can't think of anything worse.
I think I'm dead serious. You might not have stayed for the full hour. I think you would have sneaky enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this about him. He's not my thing at all. In pretty much any way.
He's got a good voice.
He does. He can sing.
Yes.
I've seen his. He's got pretty good vocals, though, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not.
No, and he's still
he's not a joke.
And he's an older guy, but he's still in shape, other than the wrist brace, which I was fascinated. Why? What is he doing on stage that's giving him the carpal tunnel? The only thing I could think of is hand to the chest. Because, that maybe he was spraining his wrist. And then the people in front of us weren't happy with us because we were, I think the people in front of us could realize that we weren't really there to enjoy Scott Stapp. We were there for our own amusement, and they weren't happy with us. But everyone else thought we were just part of the masses. It was fantastic.
Wasn't Higher... Didn't the Rangers use that?
I think, someone used it. Yeah.
Their World Series run?
Yeah.
Creed wrote a song for the Marlins, right?
Yeah.
Let's play ball, it's game day.
Oh, dude, you got to pull that up.
We want strikeouts, baits, it's double plays. I'll go find it.
Yes. Give me that in my life. Did he sing that?
I think he did. No, not there, but he sang that.
I don't.
Dude, if he busts that out, I am in. If you could guarantee me he played that song, I'd go.
Again, the only 2 songs that I was even remote. And I guess there was another one that supposedly...
My Sacrifice.
That was the other one.
My Sacrifice.
Did he play that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he talked to us for about 5 minutes about why he wrote that song and his overcoming darkness, and you can overcome darkness, and I can. Rob, we can all come. Scott Stapp is going to heal the world.
Look, for some people, he's probably pretty inspirational.
Yes.
And that's great.
I did appreciate, though, we were all coming together, even though no one in that room needed to come together because there was only one group of people in that room.
They're already together.
They're already together.
Yeah. Bound by their hatred of Sleepy Joe.
There was definitely a lot of that. I thought it'd be interesting. We had several debates during the show of what would cause the most outrage showing up at the Scott Stapp concert. Black Lives Matter shirt. Biden shirt,
yeah,
or some form of rainbow, gay, trans rights, whatever, which one of those would most enrage that crowd? Because
that's a good one.
Yeah,
I think that if you wore a Biden shirt, I feel like a lot of them would think that's a joke.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So
I didn't consider that, especially if you look like me and you wore a Biden shirt.
Yeah, they'd be like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Or
buddy.
they would assume that the back of it said, like, they're like, hey, turn around. Let me see the F.
Let me see the joke.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you're serious? No, I would say, so it's between Black Lives Matter or some sort of rainbow gay pride
Yeah,
thing.
we thought a very bright, like wearing like assless chaps with like a rainbow tank.
I think Black Lives Matter
is the one that gets
is
you.
a problem. Wait, don't clip that. I meant a problem for the Scott Stapp show.
Could you go ahead and clip that? I think that would be fantastic. Have you seen the clip of the dude that I guess I think it's in Alabama. It's in Alabama or Louisiana, and it's this little small town, and I guess it's known as the most racist town in America. Like it's got a history. And he was doing bits, and dude, the guy's got balls. And the clip's like 2 minutes long. We can't play it on the air. We'd have to edit everything. But he stands on the corner outside like a Walmart, and he just has a Black Lives. That's all it is. He has a sign that just says Black Lives Matters, and he films it, and just people driving by him. It is
sucker.
It gets so bad so fast. I mean, it is death threats. The N-bomb is just it takes about 7 seconds for that thing to come out. You better not be here when I come out. You better not be here when I come back out of the store. Like, I was watching that thing being like, dude, you got some serious balls standing on that street corner.
All right.
Someone said, what if it was a Black Lives Matter, but inside a unicorn rainbow shirt? Like, inside the rainbow, it said BLM.
Yeah, wouldn't help.
I don't think the people in front of us, I think at that point we might have. I think I would have had a chair thrown at me.
All right. We have another plane. Now, this one's a little bit more murky because it was not yet in the air. It was taxiing for the runway. Mm-hmm. And they turned it around.
So not in the air.
Not in the air.
Where does this fall on the rock hierarchy?
Well, I'll tell you when I tell you exactly what happened.
Yeah.
That's next on The Fan.
On 1080, The Fan.
Let's play ball, it's game
Yes.
day. We want strikeouts, base hits, double plays. Take the field, hear the roar of the crowd. Marlins make us proud. Come on,
Why didn't they play this?
make us proud.
This is great. If Scott Stapp would have recorded an anthem for the Mariners, I'd be pitching a tent in my tent.
I'm sorry, this is awesome.
Well, why weren't you there? He
didn't play it.
Could have used your voice in the ballroom.
Miami Marlins, of all teams, why the Marlins?
I don't know.
I think he's from Florida. I have no idea.
I heard an interview with them. Somebody had them. I forget what it was.
Creed or
yeah, it was Creed because they did the Texas the hire became a big thing for the Rangers playoff run.
Sure.
Those dudes knew nothing about baseball, and I mean nothing. They were like, "What?"
He is from Orlando, by the way.
And then they did like I think it was the video tributes. Like they would put them on the video board at the games.
All right.
And they'd be like, "Hey, we hope they hope the ball goes real far tonight. Go baseball.
I hope the baseball team scores some points.
That's right.
All right.
Go Texas." It's like you could tell they knew nothing. They're like, "Yeah, thanks for using our song."
Look, Scott Stapp had a bunch of tax problems, so he was hurting money. I'm guessing if you paid Scott Stapp a little scratch, he'll write you an anthem for any team that you want.
The Marlins. What the hell? But that's good stuff. All right, flatulence news.
No. Wait, the plane got grounded due to farts?
Yes.
Whoa.
So this flight is American Airlines. They are intending to go from Phoenix to Austin.
Okay, so that can't be a super long flight.
A couple hours.
Yeah.
They were at the gate, and this is January 14th, and this was documented by a Texas-based Reddit user who wrote about it.
If it's on Reddit, you know it's true.
I was seated near the row where the situation occurred. While the airplane was still at the gate, this person says that they saw and heard an audible, disgruntled, and maybe hungover man. He reportedly exclaimed, "You thought that was rude? Well, how about this smell?" And he proceeded to loudly pass gas.
We are all fine.
I mean, look, of all the things you could do on a plane to get kicked off, I mean, really, you getting kicked off for farts? Although something tells me this is going to continue.
So he says, "I don't know what provoked that comment, and while kind of funny to overhear, it was uncalled for, especially coming from a grown man on an airplane nonetheless." But it didn't end there. The man who just purposefully farted moments ago decided to loudly and condescendingly say, "Yeah, everybody, let's just eat the smelliest food possible all at the same time."
Well, I mean, you're on an airplane. I mean, you don't really have many options beside that fun party pack, like a little charcuterie board or whatnot.
I don't really know what he means by that.
Yeah.
And then it says, a man in the next row then remarks, "If you don't like it, you can fly private." To which the farting guy said, "That's so effing rude." Another passenger chimes in and says, "I think we'd all agree you're the rude one here."
Yeah.
So as you can see, this is escalating.
Yeah, now we're taking it up
all
a notch.
because of a fart.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, farts are one thing, but purposeful farts?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's true.
Outside of spitting on someone, I mean, that's about as insulting as you can get, right? Farting on someone?
Isn't that technically assault? Like, I know spitting is.
Whoa.
Spitting is, yes.
Farting on someone is assault?
I don't know. I'm asking.
How do you prove that you farted on them as opposed to just farting?
That's a good point.
You farted on Clay Helton. Should you have been arrested?
I did not fart on Clay Helton. I farted and Clay Helton walked through my jet wash. I did not. Clay Helton was not there when I farted.
True, but you technically farted on him.
Now, I did see in junior high, I did see one Joe Richardson. And this man did later have a breakdown and he quit, which I kind of feel bad for him. You ever had that teacher that's just, he's not meant to be a teacher, and he lost control of the classroom? He tried to give Joe Richardson detention, and Joe was a big, tall kid. He was like 6'3", like in the 9th grade. Joe did turn and kind of jump and fart in his face. Never seen anything like it. Now he's like, "You're out of my classroom. Go to the principal." Joe turned, rose up, as if to like Iceman finger roll, impeccable timing, because when the ass reached face level, he let it go. At the same time, like it's horrible, and that man should not have faced that. You better believe that everyone laughed harder. When you're like in the 8th or 9th grade, I'm sorry, it's the funniest thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
Yeah, for sure.
You're not ready for that. But this doesn't sound like that. It just sounds like this guy was just being an ass and farted. He didn't jump up and bust in someone's face.
So then he said that's just a low, he said that's low class, before another nearby passenger said, well, you're back here in economy with the rest of us. Yeah, you're back here with the poors.
Gonna rub some elbows with some stinkers today, buddy. Welcome.
So the plane had left the gate and was moving toward the runway for takeoff.
Yeah.
They stopped it and turned it around and went back to the gate.
Wow. They should have.
To boot this jackass.
Yep, they booted him, and they said that the delay was only about 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
So all in all, most of the people that were on the flight, some of the people on the flight were chiming in on this Reddit thread. They all said that they thought American handled it really well.
Yeah.
They got him out of there. He was
it was for everyone's benefit.
Well, their big thing was that he was in a place where they thought it was going to get worse.
Yeah.
And there's no telling what that would
Then I ask you this question, Isaac Rob.
Yeah.
You don't know how long this delay is going to take. You don't.
Yeah, I say fly.
We got farting guy.
Let's go.
And so you got two options.
Wheels up.
You trust that hopefully it's not going to be that bad, because, it's just back to the gate and you're going to be able to take off again. You assume it's not going to be forever. Mm-hmm. Or you run the risk that if you take off and this D-bag causes problems, serious problems, you may be an hour or two into your flight and be forced to turn around.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I think because it had not taken off, I'm okay with the turnaround.
But you're on the runway. I mean, you're taxiing.
You're not on the runway.
No.
They were taxiing toward the runway. If they're on the runway, they're going up. And that's worse, because then you have to circle around and then get a flight, get the pattern to land, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm a pilot, I know these things. So so if
this
the wheels,
the best case scenario.
The second you are taxiing, or I mean what do they call it when they're actually
ascending?
No, when they're actually going fast to get.
Oh, I don't know. You've just started takeoff procedure, I guess. I mean, you gassed it up. You're full throttle.
Yeah, you know how you get to the end and then they fire it up.
Yeah.
Because you taxi. Taxiing is just getting to.
Yeah, there's a taxiway and then you get to the runway.
Yes. And
that's when they tell you, where I'll go, and then you feel the, the afterburner. Yes. You start hearing Kenny Loggins and touch and go, baby.
If we are on the runway, we are leaving.
It's too late.
It is too late. Let's go.
But the taxiway, you're okay.
I think
it only costs you a half hour.
In this instance, I think I would not have been happy, trust me, but
you would have understood.
In the end, I'm like, okay, that worked out.
Yeah.
But you're right. Those people didn't know how long that was going to take.
No, I mean,
sometimes you got to bring on the popo.
Well,
and they sit there, and the guy will refuse to get off, and then you got this whole thing.
I have never been on a plane that had any sort of major kerfuffle on it, but I know people that have. My buddy had to deboard because of two dudes that were causing a storm and were yelling and bitching, and they got booted off, and they made the entire plane. And I don't understand why, but they made everyone get off, and then there was a delay, and then they had to reboard. It said it cost them like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Again, stupid.
Yeah. What I'm always fascinated with is if you're farting guy here, right? So clearly you're bent out of shape over whatever. Someone's being rude. There's, back in the day, it was a mask mandate, whatever it is that you're pissy about. Unless you're just, 7 sheets to the wind and you're just S-house and you have no control. Where do you think that's going? Where do you think farting on someone, or, when someone throws a drink at the flight attendant or whatever, like, where do you think that you're just going to your destination? It fascinates me that we lack the self-control. Even if you're super mad and pissed off, you're obviously on that plane to fight gravity to go somewhere. You've spent a good hunk of money. Flights aren't cheap. And you're just like, you know what? I'm so enraged over a minor thing. F it. I'm willing to go to jail. I'm willing to get on a no-fly list. I'm willing to get booted off this plane. I'm willing to have my entire vacation or trip canceled just to spite, I don't know, Stuart or Phyllis or whoever is.
These are not people that are thinking rationally. And these are people that if you follow them in their lives, this type of crap happens everywhere they go.
To that
because
level?
they can't, maybe not to that level, but all to varying levels, they can't function. They're out to lunch.
Yeah.
Either mentally or on drugs or just can't handle the world.
Well, that's why I said, like, if
we
you're
all know these people.
If you're all effed up, that's one thing. But if you're just, I don't know, if you're just angry, boy, that level of anger is something else. Because it's usually over, whenever you see it, it's usually over something very, very minor.
And that's why it's like they're not normal. Like they're messed up.
Yeah.
Because it's too normal to be that pissed.
It really is. Like to see, like
you have something wrong. This problem is you, not the actual whatever you think the problem is.
Yeah, someone said, I guess it's the same thing as the don't comply with the police guy. That's true. Like, how do you think that's going to go? I often have that question. Like, just,
yeah,
and sometimes, like, I get it if it's a major thing. Like, I'm not saying, like, you got 9 felonies, but I understand, like, if you've got a bunch of felony warrants and you're going to jail, I mean, I guess the idea of, like, screw this, I'm going to run or I'm going to make some sort of attempt. But, to the normal person that just gets pulled over and you're pissed over a $130 ticket, the idea of just like telling the cop to go F himself and then get back in your car and to drive off, like, you're upset at the $130 ticket. Are you upset at the $9,000 ticket and the 3 nights you're going to spend in jail? Like, I wonder if in that moment, if you explained to people, like if you just said, all right, let's take a breath and play this out. Like you laid it out for them. Like, are they able at that point to like? No.
I think they're just blind raged. Seriously, I mean, you've seen that. Have you not come across people that just have this?
I get this sometimes.
They're so viscerally mad that they don't think.
I get this sometimes at bars and different things where people, when you're a big guy, people love to like, I'm not going to back down. Like there's something to prove. And I always do the standard, maybe you kick my ass, maybe you don't, but one of us goes to prison and one of us goes to the hospital. They both sound terrible. Let me buy you a beer. And for the most part, that kind of calms it down a little bit. Like the A and B, like it ends poorly both ways. I'm fascinated. Like you said, like the rage just shuts down all the synapses of your brain other than fight or flight. Like,
Hey, a little sports news. You guys want some sports news?
Yeah, what do we got?
Maybe. Schulte, this might be in your update. I haven't
Let's
been
do
listening.
it. No, it's okay.
Will Rogers is staying at Washington.
Ooh.
Did you guys see that?
It's a big get.
Yeah, he's staying. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not going to transfer.
Yeah, they had a team meeting there, I guess, a day or two ago, and supposedly it was pretty good. Rally the wagons. They were hoping that a lot of those kids that went in the portal might be willing to come back. And by the way, the Blazers are still winning. I don't like it.
Hope you didn't bet it.
81-76.
All right, here's Schulte with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Toro Mexican Kitchen. Transport yourself to Baja, Mexico with delicious regional dishes and cocktails. Book your table today at toropdx.com. First on The Fan, the Portland Trailblazers in action right now in Oklahoma City facing off against the Thunder. And you just heard Isaac and Sue talking about the lead that they have. Just under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Portland leads OKC 81-76. Jeremy Grant leading the way so far for them with 18 points. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander trying to make up the difference on the other end for OKC. He has 22. Some breaking news out of college football. Former Mississippi State and Washington transfer quarterback Will Rogers plans to withdraw from the portal and actually become a Washington quarterback once again to play for Jed Fish. That is from On3 Sports. So good news for Huskies fans tonight. And the 2024 class of Baseball Hall of Famers being announced. Third baseman Adrian Beltre as well as catcher Joe Mauer voted in on their first ballot ever. First baseman Todd Helton making it in on his 6th ballot. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Get to Spirit Mountain Casino Sportsbook powered by BetMGM for all the pro football postseason action. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader. 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk wishing you a happy new year and a happy 2024. Started off right by joining me at Crunch Fitness. I've been a member for over 8 years now, and you can find me there just about every day. From free weights, cardio, great classes, HIIT workout areas, a wonderful staff, just an overall great vibe. And the best part, $9.99 per month, and right now through January, 24-cent enrollment fees. With 4 locations in Aloha, Beaverton, Division, or in Vancouver Plaza, that's where you'll find me, and online at
All right, well, I don't know if you got one of these. You didn't? No, you didn't get one of these. Well, you would have told me if you did.
Yeah, I don't remember getting a check. Although sometimes these things, like, I think they're junk mail and I throw them away.
I know. I think a lot of people. Well, I think they purposefully disguise these so that people think it's junk and throw them away. But I got a check today for $92.17.
Righteous bucks.
That I did not know was coming, and I couldn't be happier about it. One, because I'm $92.17 richer.
That's right.
And two, because it's a giant in your face, Big Suk.
Okay.
Because this is a settlement check from Apple for slowing down iPhones purposefully when their new model came out. And the reason I bring this up
I didn't buy it.
Is because Big Suk laughed at me and Mike Lynch. Mike Lynch and I were talking about this one day on the show.
I remember that.
The freaking iPhone, what they would do is they would put out a new iPhone, and then you would have to update to the new operating system on your old phone. And once you downloaded the new operating system on your old phone, it intentionally slowed the old phone down so you would go buy the new phone.
I was like, oh,
and you guys, you laughed at us.
I did. I was like, Give me a break. It's one of those like this stupid conspiracy theories. They're like, yeah, they're purposely putting it's the 5G. They're slowing down our phones. It's all part of some sort of RFK weird conspiracy thing. And it turned out it was.
Well, guess what, homie? I just got paid, bitch.
Yeah,
it was happening. And by the way, they are paying out over $500 million for that. Although typical class action, they didn't have to admit any
wrongdoing. And by the way, enjoy your $92. How much money did you spend on your brand new iPhones each and every time?
No.
I think Apple's coming out just fine. They're like
10% of an iPhone cost.
They're doing fine. That's not the point. And they got off scot-free. The point is, your dumbass were like, oh, you have no idea. There's no way they're doing that. You guys are idiots. Yeah, well, it happened, bitch.
All right, so get this. Dead serious. So I have a Samsung. I have the Samsung S23, which was their latest phone I got like a year ago. And out of nowhere, and the battery on this thing is amazing. And so at the time I got this, they said this was the best phone. This is the best phone on the market, hands down. And the battery on it was like spectacular. And out of nowhere, I will say that the other day, like, I just looked down and all of a sudden my phone was like at like 4%. So I plugged it in and it still died on me. And it took me like an hour for it to even turn back on. And since then I have noticed that the battery just isn't working like it has been. And what did I see a day later? What did I see a commercial for? Pre-order the new Samsung S24. Are they doing it to me? Sons of bitches.
Watch out, man.
Wait, do I get $92? Can I sue Samsung?
There's a precedent.
I still don't believe it.
Don't put it past them.
I still don't.
They did it. It was so obvious, too. It was like, my God, what the hell's wrong with my phone? I guess I better go get the new one. God.
It was like, everyone knew that, Sook. Yeah. The conspiracy theory. Yeah, it was 100% right.
Well, see, that's the whole point. Sook's like, nope. Nope. No way.
I have a hard time buying into conspiracy theories.
Well, it wasn't a conspiracy theory.
That's a conspiracy
theory. It's
theory.
What they were doing.
It's a conspiracy theory that turned out to be right. The evil corporation purposely screwed up your device so that you'll buy a new one. Yes, that's a conspiracy theory. Something like Alex Jones would have on his show. That somehow like whatever it is, the Bilderbergs or whatever would be behind it. And then Steve Jobs and the ghost of Steve Jobs is giving you like cat aids through that same phone too. And then you get a new one and like, I just have a hard time buying into those things. But some of like the tracking and the cookies and all that stuff, it is getting a little weird, with how devious some of these corporations are.
Yeah, they don't care. And the thing is, there's no consequences, really.
No.
I mean, yes, they're paying out a lot of money.
Whatever.
But what are they worth?
Well, you said they're paying out, what, $500 million?
Maximum $500 million, depending on...
What is Apple worth?
Depending on how many claims there are. Yeah, that's a drop in the bucket. And they don't even have to admit that they were cheating.
Apple is worth $3.02 trillion.
$3 trillion.
$3.02 trillion.
And they're concerned about your measly little payoff.
I was gonna pull out my phone and do the math on that.
Yeah.
What percentage that? I can't. The phone won't even handle it. Maybe I need a new iPhone. Maybe that's on purpose. Maybe we can sue Apple for making it so that their iPhone calculators can't calculate their net worth.
So,
keeping us under their thumb. Oh, we gotta go.
Oh, we gotta go. Sorry.
The Thunder are winning, by the way.
By how much? All right, they're up by 2. All right, let's go.
651 on the Fan.
Hello, Oregon homeowners. If you're in need of drain clearing, now is a great time to have my friends at 3 Mountains Plumbing do it for you. And right now, they got a great deal. You can call and schedule a consultation for just $30. Wow, just
By the way, so 500 million out of 3 billion is 0.016
3 trillion.
3 trillion, sorry. 0.016%. So for every $1,000, they're giving up 16.
I think Apple's really sweating that.
No, and as somebody said on the text line, they're probably still doing it.
Yeah.
And fine with paying the money.
You need their new iPhone because it's got titanium in it.
Yeah, think about how much more money they made just from people going out and getting the new iPhone.
Yeah. Pay the freight. In my face, though.
Totally in your face. Yeah. That's the best part.
It is.
All right, I was great today. We are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
Nick Suk here for the Big Ford store, Vancouver Ford. Locally